you would instill that wisdom in all of the decisions, all of the conversation, all of the judgments that are made tonight. And Lord, we know that there is nothing that we can do apart from you. And there is nothing eternal of any good that we can do apart from your Son, Jesus Christ. And it's in his name that we pray. Amen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. If you would please stand and raise your right and put your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Barry, and thank you, Mr. Lopez. That takes us to student reports, which we have none, and that takes us to reordering of and additions to the agenda. Tonight, I'd like to ask the council if we would like to make a change to the agenda. For the public's knowledge, in the last year, the City Council reordered how we do our agenda, and now all public comment comes at the beginning of the meeting. But the council has the option of adding a public comment element to various agenda items throughout the meeting. So given tonight that we have 3 subjects that might garner a lot of public comments, I would like to ask my colleagues if, in addition to the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, if we would also like to add public comment for the gold line item, for item 19, the district attorney directives and measure J, and also for the item to do with the alleys. That would mean that individuals, if they so desire, could speak in public comment at the beginning or speak when that item comes up. It does not mean that you can speak on the item at both of those options. You could choose a public comment to speak on a topic and then speak on a topic specific under that particular item. So is there consensus amongst the council to do that, or is there a preference of another way to structure the agenda tonight?
I support that decision.
I'm good. I support it.
I support it.
Okay, thank you. Then that is how we will proceed tonight. So again, just some instruction to the public. We're making this exception tonight. So if you wish to speak on one of those items, when we open public comment here in a few moments, you could do that. But then that does not mean you could speak on that same topic when it comes up later. If you choose to wait till later, you may have that option as well. So at this time, I will open public comment and invite members of the public to address the City Council. Announce that you have 3 minutes to speak. This is a time for you to speak to the City Council, either by submitting those comments in writing or by using the raise hand icon on Zoom. So at this time, Deputy City Clerk, do we have any public comments that have been submitted in writing or those who have raised their hands?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Davis. At this time, we have received a couple of emails that I'm going to read. And we've received several requests to give public comment, specifically 4 people for now. I'm going to go ahead and read the first email that was submitted. I do want to mention also that there was an email that was submitted earlier in the day that was made part of the agenda packet available to the public on the website and sent to council. This email was received after that cutoff time, so I'll be reading it now from Melody Bennett. Mr. Boyer, Mr. Alawas, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Friedendall, Mrs. Davis, good evening. I've had a chance to discuss the alley Zoom meeting with many of the folks on these lists. We were polite. We listened to your proposals. We asked questions. We still questioned some answers. County and state minimum lane widths are greater than 10 feet. That includes both for traffic and parking lanes. Here is our takeaway. We are not buying it. The rhetoric of fire trucks can get through 10 feet. We set out and still support our fire department. We are disappointed in their response of what Chief Enman said. We want their best job for us. We've searched Google, LA County fire codes, etc. 10 feet is not a desired width for service anywhere. We personally know or are related to fire engineers who do not agree with 10 foot for desired clearance. When presented with a 20-foot alley along with trash cans and vehicles, if it looks anywhere close to 10 feet clearance with obstructions, they will take an alternate route. The fastest, safest access is the goal. When you park vehicles in blocking a lane of the alley, an obstruction to the flow of traffic is created. You cost valuable, responsive time to those in need. Safety first. Trash trucks, again, similar 10 foot only. After political pressure, it was obvious. Even with that scenario, they need the middle of the alley. The trash cans have to be put out for pickup. Conservatively, each side 2.5 feet. So 5, then 10 for trucks. There is 15 feet. Parking isn't available. Ingress and egress, 20 feet back up. Do not reduce it to 10. 5, 6, 7-point turns are not adequate ingress, egress, or normal traffic flow, a violation of property owners' rights. Parking on city property overnight as well with no permit, it is not equal to the other residents. Calling it redlining or whatever you like, it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Numerous other safety concerns, kids, lighting, congestion, better alternatives, etc. All you've been made aware of. Again, safety first. Bottom line, we live here. You are our representatives. We want you to vote no parking in alleys or list. Our list of names is attached. Over 100 of us are asking for you to adopt no parking ordinance. Based on those contacted, an area affected by parking and blocking the flow of traffic, we have approximately 80% requesting a no parking ordinance, 1 or 5% concerned about cost, and 15% that we didn't catch at home. We feel it is a good indicator of the people who live here. The percentage with opinions on subject is high. That is all that I have time for. This email also came with attachments of signatures and addresses of residents.
So now, do we have anyone wishing to speak on any items on or off the agenda at this particular public comment time?
Yes, we have John Harold on the line. John, are you speaking on an item that is not one of the 3 that was named earlier?
I'm going to speak on the 2 items that I'm of concern with, which is the parking and, more importantly, the Gaston issue.
Okay, if you speak now, then you cannot speak at the time that that item comes up again.
That is what you have informed us.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. And again, my name is John Harold, and I'm speaking on 2 issues. And the most important issue to me as a retired Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney is that we have to vote the vote of no confidence. I've been disappointed. I've been surprised. I've been shocked at how Glendora has not been in the forefront of protecting victims. Anyone who knows anything about criminal law, anyone who reads the paper, anyone who follows television knows what's going on. Now is not the time for us to continue hiding and not taking an active participant in protecting the victims of Glendora and the County of Los Angeles. This is one of the most unsafe times I have ever seen in my 37 years in law enforcement. Something has to be done, and we should be leading, not sitting back. Another issue which I want to talk about is the parking issue. That's a very simple and straightforward issue. When I was mayor, I was told the reason why we didn't have parking on the streets was because of safety, that it was a safety issue for parking at night. Well, if it's a safety issue for people parking in the front, it's a safety issue for people parking in the back. What we have now is what's called selective enforcement, which again is something that bothers me tremendously as someone who spent their career as a prosecutor. We need to treat people the same whether they have parking in the alley or whether they have parking in the front of this in front. We need to make sure that our citizens are safe. And one way to do it is to follow the recommendations of the surrounding cities, just like they voted for no confidence of Gaston. We need to use their ordinances, which are very, very well written. They've already been tested in court, and they have successfully protected their citizens by using their ordinances. We can do the same identical thing. So again, two things: vote to stop Gaston's destruction of safety in Glendora and the County of Los Angeles, and also vote to protect people in their homes and the people's right to feel secure in their homes by having the parking treated the same, no matter which part you are in, whether you're in the south side, north side, east side, each people should be treated the same. And also, it's time for the city to start having city council meetings where the citizens can show up and see their elected officials. I think it's time to stop hiding in Zoom and let the people. We just had a great concert in the park where 1,000 people, I think, were there. If we could have concerts in the park, we should certainly be able to have a city council who can stand in front of their citizens and give them an opportunity to speak and an opportunity to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harold. Olivia, our next.
Yes, we do have Pastor Mike, who's raised his hand to speak.
Okay. Pastor Mike, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much, council members. Thank you for your service. My name is Mike Antonesi, and I'm one of the assistant pastors at Calvary Chapel Revival and a proud resident of Glendora. I'm here today to commend our city and our citizens for contending with an incredibly difficult year and emerging from it. And I'm just here to encourage those that have been staying inside that it's time to head on out as you see fit and enjoy this great town of ours. While this year's brought a lot of sadness, we're excited about what it holds for the community and what we can do as a part of it. This week is special with Calvary Chapel Revival, and it is our 10-year anniversary as a church, and 5 years of it have been spent right here in Glendora at 531 East Arrow Highway, just 1 block east of Bonnie Cove. Both Pastor Paul and I were trained under Pastor Chuck Smith down in Costa Mesa many years ago. He's the founder of the Calvary Chapel movement, and he taught us to simply teach the word simply. And that's what we do. So as we emerge from this isolation, I just want to encourage folks and extend an invitation to all Glendorians to join us on Sundays at 10 o'clock. We have a church unlike others. We have a church that deeply cares for you, for your social, for your emotional, for your spiritual well-being. And we pray for you and our community on a weekly basis. And we'd love for you to be a part of that as we reemerge and become God's hands in our community. Once again, condolences to those who lost many during this difficult year. And we will continue to pray for the blessings for each one who can live in such a great town. So I hope to see you here at Calvary Chapel Revival. And again, thank you for allowing us to be a part of the meeting tonight through the invocation and for allowing us to be a part of the community for the last 5 years. Thanks and God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have AB. No, you're free to state your name, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Angela Brunson, and I am a deputy district attorney. I have been since 1997. I am also a resident of the San Gabriel Valley, and I volunteer at schools in the Pomona Unified and also the Walnut Unified School Districts. So as you contemplate Agenda Item 19, I would urge you to consider the following. As a result of Mr. Gascon's directives, prosecutors have been forced to reject criminal filings for hundreds of cases in San Dimas and in West Covina and throughout the San Gabriel Valley. Pursuant to Directive 20-07, I am prohibited from filing charges like minors in possession of alcohol, narcotics, trespass, resisting arrest, criminal threats. And so now those types of crimes can be committed without any fear of legal consequences. So what kind of message does that send to criminals? And is that a message that we want to endorse in the city of Glendora? Also, I'd like to ask you, how can parents and grandparents be expected to raise children with respect for the law if the law is not enforced? So not filing these crimes deprives these suspects from drug counseling, community service, anger management, and if they'd completed that, they probably would have gotten a dismissal. But instead, they're going to struggle with addiction, alcohol, anger, and maybe commit more crimes in our community. Also, the criminal justice system is supposed to be a search for the truth, but these directives are lying, right? I can't file rape with a knife or rape with a gun. I can only file rape. And isn't hiding the truth the same as lying? So the last thing is, I know agenda item says you wanted an update on some of the legal actions that are pending against Mr. Gascon. So one of those has to do with the penal code, which says prosecutors shall file all prior serious or violent convictions. Well, when we were prohibited from filing those priors, we're lying to the court. So we took them to court and we won. We got an injunction. And, I've been a prosecutor for 24 years. I don't think it takes a law degree to understand the word shall. So it seems a little silly that we had to sue our boss, our leader, over the word shall. And keep in mind, he's never been one of us. He simply got elected. He didn't live in Los Angeles County. He's not raising children here, and he's never filed a case or done an opening statement. So with that being said, I would just urge you to please consider joining the other 22 cities and pass a vote of no confidence. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Lemon, right? We have Erica on the line. Erica, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi.
Okay. Hi,
Okay.
go ahead. You've got 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Let me start my video. Sorry about that. Okay. So, just following the previous speaker as well as John Harold, I highly am, actually, I'm just hoping beyond all hope that the council will consider a vote of no confidence in Gascon. He has not provided, quite honestly, myself or multiple residents of LA County any confidence in himself. So far, the cities of Azusa, Covina, and San Dimas already voted a vote of no confidence for Gascon, and I hope Glendora will as well. The other topic that I would like to speak about is regarding the alley parking. Bottom line, I've seen the images and the cars are just blocking the alleyways. If the alleyways have the same consideration as public streets that I had learned about at the special meeting that you guys had held for the public regarding the alley parking. And I know I can't block a public street, so I want to know why alleyways are being able to be blocked. And so there's multiple people parking on each side of the alleyway, and there are multiple different widths of the alleyway. And there's no possible way that I could see in some of the pictures that a trash truck could squeeze itself, or a fire truck or an ambulance or a police car or anything could squeeze itself through about a 2 to 3 foot space, because there are cars parked on each side of the alleyway. Over 1,000 people are impacted regarding alley parking. And just what it leads me back to is a couple times I've had car issues. I've had to push my car to the side of the curb, and it's sometimes been kind of late in the night, and I don't have a chance to run over and go pick up a parking permit for overnight. And so there's that issue. It is convenient, but I mean, sometimes it's not convenient. I can't go and leave my kids unattended at 11 p.m. at night to go run over and go pick up a parking permit, to go stick on my windshield of my car. But then there's also a $75 fine if I do not have that permit. And the people who have been parking in the alleyway, it's kind of and I hate to even suggest the mandate of anybody having to pay for overnight
Your
parking.
3 minutes
But-
are up.
Sorry, what?
Your 3 minutes are up.
Ugh. Could I get like a 20 seconds to just wrap it up?
Wrap up your last thought.
Okay, all right. So bottom line, I just don't see the equity for the taxpayer, and it's not benefiting all the people of Glendora, and it's only benefiting some of the people to be able to be parking in the alleyway overnight. And it would also benefit the people in the alleyway to have it patrolled by the Glendora police as well. So for parking and also safety issues. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Davis.
Thank you. Or is there anyone else?
Apologies. We have received no other requests to give public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. With that, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for member statements and reports. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to publicly thank Senator Portantino for including in the 2021-2022 budget $1.5 million to help Glendora restore our historic lampposts that were originally installed around the turn of the century. It was a great gift to the city and something that has been long, hard worked. And I thank the council for actually sending the letter in for the request some time back. I'd also like to ask Adam to give us an update on when we will be returning back to the council chambers and under what circumstances that return will look like.
Evening, everyone. Just a quick update. When we provided our last COVID update, the same question came up, and at that time we were targeting the second meeting in August upon our return. At the state level, some executive orders in effect talk about some changes to the Brown Act that will continue until September. So our goal is to return to the council chambers. Whether that is just council members and staff or members of the public as well is yet to be determined as we kind of go forward and see this recent increase in cases to see if both the state or LA County may make any changes. So currently we're targeting that. And just as a quick reminder, in our CIP approved by the council recently in June is also a retrofitting of our council chambers to expand capacity. So we'll walk through that timeline as well. So that is as we know it right now. And as we know more, we'll definitely publish that to the public.
So Adam, at this point in time, we don't know if we're going to be allowed the public in or not at this point in time.
So there are a couple of things to consider during the first meeting. We do have the technology to allow for Zoom phone calls in the council chambers, but no, we have not made that determination as of yet.
All right, thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I want to just commend the answer for a fabulous time on Sunday night. There were probably 1,000, 2,000 of us that gathered, and for the first time in over a year and a half, and had a wonderful time of enjoying our beautiful park, the music that was there. And thank you to city staff and everybody that was a part of that. It was a wonderful time. I want to also tail on to what was said about our historic lights. Great job to get $1.5 million. I do hope that that will cover the bill. We don't quite know what it's going to cost us, but that is a definite start. Lastly, I'd like to hold up a American Little League hat. The 11Us are District 20 champs. And so I want to say thank you to the hard work of those boys and the coaches that they have. They will be continuing on and play for a regional berth. But they have worked hard and won a lot of games to get that. And so I just want to say thank you to each one of them. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to echo the comments about the successful first concert in the parks. Community services hit it out of the park, if you will. Great attendance. I think everyone was well behaved, certainly enjoyed the entertainment, and it was a nice evening. In addition to that, just remind all the residents of the great opportunities at our city library. It's open for business. The activities are prevalent and lots of neat things. So get your kids out, go to the library, learn about neat stuff. And lastly, very excited to be enjoying the new military recognition banners that are going up around town with the Yellow Ribbon Committee, the resurrection of that program. I know there's spaces available, so if you have a military person that's not yet being recognized, reach out to them. It can be done through the Community Services Department. Great program. Nice things to see Glendora reopening. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to start by just acknowledging the Field of Heroes representation of American flags down at Sunflower School in the City Hall over the 4th of July holiday. It was a great display. Kudos to the Rotary Club, but this program has grown past the Rotary Club. We had a lot of residents here in the community come out. We had David actually spent a couple of nights there with some Boy Scouts helping to guard the flags down at Sunflower. We had numerous volunteers show up to help set up flags and take them down. So it has definitely become a community event, and it's something for us to look forward to on the 4th of July for hopefully a long time to come. Second, I just want to make sure and remind everybody this coming Saturday night, we have the Night on the Plaza that the Friends of the Library Foundation has put on every year for umpteen years. And last year, unfortunately, we weren't able to do it, but this year we're going to have it partially in person and partially remote. So you'll have the ability to bid on items and help raise money for the library, even if you don't come to the event, but there are still tickets available to the event. I look forward to seeing everybody there Saturday night down in the plaza. That's it. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. And I would also echo that the band The Answer did an outstanding job, and it was nice to be able to be outdoors where it is safe for folks to gather in crowds, and everyone did a great job sharing that time together. Tonight, I would ask that we adjourn our meeting in memory of Dr. Ann Croissant. She died June 26th due to complications due to lung cancer. Ann taught at Cal Poly Pomona, Mount San Antonio College, and Azusa Pacific, and served as a science curriculum consultant for San Bernardino and Los Angeles County schools. But most notably, her teaching was with her life, working as an environmental advocate. In 1991, Ann formed the Glendora Community Conservancy and was an advocate for the preservation of open space and an advocate for flora and fauna, especially the Brodea plants. She and her husband Gerald wrote Wildflowers of the San Gabriel Mountains, and Ann worked with many volunteers and city staff to preserve, protect, enhance, and enrich our foothills for future generations. We are thankful for her passion and service to Glendora and surrounding communities, and so I ask tonight that we adjourn in her memory. With that, I would invite City Manager Raymond for any additional comments.
None at this time.
All right, Mr. City Attorney.
Nothing, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then that takes us to special items. Tonight, our special item is Metro Gold Line, also known as the L-Line project and security update. That has been asked to be on the agenda by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer and Councilmember Thompson. So I invite Transportation Manager Stephen Mateer to give the presentation. Welcome, Stephen.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Council. I want to also introduce with me at the meeting is Habib Balian. He's the Chief Executive Officer for the Gold Line. Chris Berner, who is the Chief Project Officer. From LA Metro, we have Judy Gerhart, who's the Chief System Security, and Captain Sean Kehoe of LA Sheriff, who will be supporting me in the presentation. Next slide, please. So tonight we'll be talking about and reviewing the station location, the parking design, and then hearing a presentation on the project itself, as well as the overview of the safety improvements. Next slide, please. By way of background, well, this is a brief background, obviously the project, this is related to the parking. In January, we received conceptual parking plans from the Gold Line and reviewed them. That took us through March, where staff transmitted 2 sets of comments to the Gold Line Construction Authority. On April 13th, under item 13, staff presented those comments to City Council for consideration. On the 14th, Authority staff reviewed the comments with City staff. On June 3rd, City transmitted additional formal comments to the Construction Authority. And on June 22nd, the Council requested a project and design update, which is for tonight. Next slide, please. The station is located along Vermont Avenue. It will have 302 parking spaces and an estimated 1,800 boardings per day. Next slide, please. This is a map of the station area, and the green are the pedestrian access points. The vehicle access will be off of Vermont Avenue. Next slide, please. Our comments are focused on access, safety, and customer experience. In terms of access, we want to make sure that all users can get to the station as easily as possible. And that's the general orientation of our comments here. Next slide, please. For safety, this is in consultation with Glendora PD, and we were looking at adding safety bollards as well as clarifying various safety elements, which we'll be hearing about in detail later. Next slide, please. In terms of customer experience, we wanted to recognize this is a once-in-a-lifetime project for Glendora, and we wanted to make sure that the station was designed correctly the first time, and that anyone who's boarding the Gold Line or getting off the Gold Line is doing so in a comfortable manner and knows how to get to where they're going. Next slide, please. And here, I'll turn it over to Habib and Chris for their portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Steve.
Did you need me to move to the next slide?
Yes, thank you. I didn't know you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for including me in tonight's presentation. As Steve mentioned, I'm joined by Chris Berner, who will also be presenting tonight. We're going to update you on the Glendora to Montclair project. As you know, this project is being built in likely 2 phases. The first phase is going to be built from Glendora to Pomona. That phase is currently fully funded. The next segment of the project from Pomona to Montclair is not currently funded, will be built through an option to our existing contract. Many of you know this project is being built within the existing railroad right-of-way. It's within a shared corridor. There is freight track and Metrolink that run through the corridor. We will be relocating some of that track and building new light rail track within the same corridor. So they will not be on the same tracks. They will be within the same right-of-way, but separate tracks. Next slide. This project is in that grade system. It's over 9 miles of light rail track. It's all within the existing railroad right-of-way. Those of you who've ridden the Gold Line or any light rail before know that this is powered through overhead catenary lines. We are within existing railroad right-of-way, as I mentioned. We do share the right-of-way. We have 4 new stations that are part of this phase of the project, each in Glendora, San Dimas, Laverne, and Pomona. At Pomona, we will provide pedestrian access to the Metrolink station, a very important interface point for our system. We have 21 at-grade crossings. These are street-level crossings. We will be renovating 19 new bridges. We're building traction power substations about every mile or so. This supplies power to the overhead catenary system that operates the system. We'll provide pedestrian access from both sides of the station platforms. And then at each of the stations, we will provide intermodal parking facilities that include bike parking, EV spaces, drop-off, and shuttle bus zones. Next slide, please. With these 21 grade crossings that are being reconstructed, these require some long-term, medium-term closures to each of these streets so they can be substantially rebuilt. 6 of these grade crossings are currently underway, and we have 6 more to do in the near term. This includes relocating the freight track, realigning the signal system, the streets itself, repaving, new curb and gutter, et cetera, all part of the reconfiguration that we will undertake as part of this project. Next slide. At each grade crossing, we do, of course, have underground utilities that have to be relocated. That's a big part of this project. There are water utility lines, sewer lines, communication lines, other conduits, electric conduits, all run along this alignment and across each of these intersections. Next slide. Separately from that work that I described, we do have bridge work that's underway. Many of you have seen the reconstruction of bridges that are already underway. We have 19 bridges on this project. Some of them are freight, some of them are light rail, some of them are water channels at Big Dalton Wash, at San Dimas Channel in Glendora, Puddingstone Channel in Laverne, and also Thompson Creek in Pomona. This work, getting it done initially, allows our contractor to come in and do their major work on these streets with the underground work already done in advance. All of these crossings are being overseen by the Public Utilities Commission, who does regulate all of these crossings. Next slide. In Glendora, we have a particular issue with regard to getting pedestrians to the station and across the freight track. So rather than going across the freight track, we are building a pedestrian undercrossing that will take passengers under the rail tracks and bring them up into the station area. We've taken several groups out to view this. We're very pleased with the outcome, how this is looking and how the connections will work, not only with the street at Glendora Avenue, but also at the parking facilities that will make it very convenient for riders to come to and fro. Next slide. A big part of this project is the relocation of the freight track and its replacement. About $170 million of the $1 billion project is dedicated to the freight track relocation. So many of you know that crews right now have put the track out of service through the end of this month. This will allow us to remove existing track and install new freight track as well as new light rail track. This will all be done by the end of 2021, the freight track, and then we'll begin the process of building the first section of freight track into the future. This will start in October. It will take about a year to get all of the light rail track installed. Next slide. I'll talk a little bit about some of the major project elements in the next slide that we look to what we're building exactly with the Gold Line. So as you know, these major project elements are the relocation of the freight track system, as I mentioned, in Glendora. We also will be building 302 parking spaces. This will include a drop-off area, bike parking, and EV spaces. We'll have a traction power substation that's part of this. We'll have permanent closures at West Ada and Glenwood at the railroad crossing. We have new traffic signals at Elwood and Foothill Boulevard, as well as new light rail bridges at Foothill and Grand for light rail only, Route 66 for light rail, and Lone Hill for light rail. Then, of course, we have our at-grade street level crossings at Barranca that's been reopened, Foothill Grand for freight track only. That utility work is currently underway. Vermont is underway now, and we've opened Glendora, and we've reopened Elwood, and Pasadena Avenue is under construction, as well as Lorraine Avenue under construction. And then Lone Hill Freight Track only, that utility work is going on right now, and the Gladstone has already been reopened. Next slide. You can see here the Glendora site plan. Many of you know the layout of the plan. This was approved, this latest layout was approved in January of this past year. We will have a parking facility that will have about 302 parking spaces, and that is the area, the bluish area on the lower half of the slide. Next slide. We worked very hard with the city over the years to make sure that we not only put the station in the place that the city wants it, but also design it in such a way that's the most conducive for pedestrian access and for long-term development. We work with the city also to make sure that we have an artist and an architecture that is complementary to each of the cities, and we're very pleased with the outcome. Next slide. This is a view of the Foothill Grand light rail bridge. This is looking to the north. This is based on our current design. This was brought forward in May of 2021. This is not final. There will be some additional changes, minor changes to the bridge, but you can understand the size of the bridge and the placement of the bridge. Next slide. This is looking east of the bridge at Foothill Grand. Again, just a different view. A lot of architectural treatments across the bridge. We've worked with the city and again with the station artist, the right-of-way artists, to make sure that we can build a structure that met all the requirements, but also can be aesthetically pleasing. Next slide. Here you can look a little bit at the Route 66 bridge. You can see some of the custom wall panels design that are not only alongside of the bridge, but also on the bridge columns, as well as some of the linear ornamental lights that are along the bridge itself. You can see there's an existing bridge, and then we'll be building a new light rail bridge adjacent to. Next slide. This is a view of the Lone Hill light rail bridge. Again, custom pattern along all of the concrete work and the columns. As well as some other designs, tile work that will be at the entrances. Next slide. Next, I'm going to introduce Chris Berner, who's going to walk us through some of the current construction that's going on in the city of Glendora, and then we'll be able to answer any questions at the end of his presentation.
Thank you, Habib, and good evening, everyone. Next slide, please. This shows the anticipated grade crossing schedule in the city of Glendora. The good news is most of the activity is either completed or is underway right now. After the 3 grade crossings that are under construction right now are complete, there's not a whole lot left to do. There will be some interruption to traffic, unfortunately, but I think the bulk of the grade crossing work will be completed at that point in time. So the good news is, we're towards the end of the most intrusive work in the city of Glendora. And you can see we have 3 under construction right now at Vermont Avenue, Pasadena Avenue, and Lorraine Avenue. And then the remaining grade crossing work that we have to do is really at Foothill and Grand, where we're going to rebuild the freight track and realign the freight track through there. And then we have some bridge work that we're going to do at Lone Hill, Foothill, Grand, and Route 66. Next slide, please. This is some of the reopened grade crossings that we have on the project. We have completed Barranca, Glendora, Gladstone is in San Dimas, but it's adjacent to Glendora, and Elwood, and the 3 that are under construction right now. Next slide, please. As I said, the 3 are under construction right now. It's Vermont is under a full closure of the crossing that began on April 9th of this year and is anticipated to be completed at September 25th. Next slide, please. Pasadena Avenue started on May 14th and is anticipated to be completed on November 11th. Next slide. Lorraine Avenue is the third grade crossing that is currently under construction right now. It started on May 14th and anticipated to be completed on August 26th. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to talk about some of the safety and security measures that we have on the project in the station parking area. So I'll go through that in some detail. Next slide, please. On the project, it's a complicated project. We go through 4 different cities, have other jurisdictional authority right of way that we go through, such as Caltrans, County of Los Angeles. And generally how we do the project is if when we're in the city or some other agency such as Caltrans or County of LA, the standards are used for the project. We use those city standards for those projects for those project elements that are to be built within the city right of way and private right of way. We use Metro standards for all project elements that are built within Metro right of way. And that includes the stations, the plazas associated with the stations and the parking facilities as well, because they will be owned, operated, and maintained by Metro. Metro standards are generally more stringent than the typical private or public parking facility. And all throughout the entire project, we implement crime prevention through design. Examples of that are at the pedestrian undercrossing that Habib discussed earlier. There's 45-degree angles there. There's no sharp 90-degree angles. There's also mirrors. And there's CCTV, emergency call boxes, that type of thing are strategically located throughout the project. We also conduct a threat and vulnerability assessment on the project and go through that process as well. Next slide, please. Some of the safety measures that are at the stations, plazas, and the parking facilities include 100% CCTV, that's camera coverage of the stations, plazas, and parking facilities. That's 100% in the home position. These cameras do have pan, tilt, zoom capability. So if there's something going on at the station or the plazas or the parking facility, Metro can zoom into that. They can rotate the camera and zoom into whatever is going on so they can get a good view of that. Metro has also agreed to provide that video feed to the local police departments. There's a high level of lighting at all of the components in the station area, including the station, the plaza, and the parking facilities. These foot candle numbers probably won't mean a lot to you, but if you want to, you can go look at a station on to the west of Glendora, and you can kind of at night, and you can kind of get a feel for the levels, but they are high levels. 30-foot candles is a very, very high bright level. We have that at the pavement areas within the parking lot. We have 15-foot candles at the station platform, 5-foot candles at pedestrian areas, walkways, roundabout, passengers, pickup areas, drop-offs, and transit stations, and 1-foot candle generally in the parking area. 1-foot candle is generally what you see on a city sidewalk at night. So it's the pedestrian areas or walkways in the parking facility are 5 times that. We also have an 8-foot high picket fence that surrounds the entire perimeter of the parking facility. Obviously we don't have the fence at the entrance and exit. We don't have a gate there. It is open to the public. But other than that, we do have an 8-foot high picket fence that matches the fence around the station area. Next slide, please. There are multiple emergency telephones in each of the parking facilities and at each of the stations. We have a license plate reader that records the license plate number of all vehicles entering and exiting each parking facility. This is how Metro enforces their parking. Basically, as you pull into the parking lot, the license plate reader records the license plate of the vehicle that entered the parking facility, and the driver of the car goes to a payment kiosk and associates their license plate number with their tap card. They ride the goal line, they come back, and then they exit. There's no gates, there's no barriers of entry in and out of the parking facility. So they just exit. And as long as they've ridden the goal line, everything's good. If they don't, Metro can send them a citation. They could park there and go to 24-hour Fitness or Albertsons or whatever, and you know, that would be something that Metro could enforce. We also have wheel stops. They'll be provided at appropriate locations to protect walkways, landscaped areas, fencing, and any other elements that require protection, such as equipment. There will not be wheel stops at every single location. It makes it difficult to clean the parking lot, but it will be at all appropriate locations that are required to be protected. We'll have regulatory signage, that stop signs type of thing, directing traffic what to do. We'll also have wayfinding signage to ensure proper and efficient flow of pedestrians and vehicles. The parking facilities are also designed to have good visibility. They are parking lots, so they are flat areas that you know, don't have any obstructions of columns and that type of thing. Next slide, please. Our cooperation between Metro, we are, for those of you who don't know, we are a construction authority. We are created by state law to design and build the project, to plan, design, and build the project. Metro will own, operate, and maintain it when we are completed. We have an MCA, a master cooperative agreement between Metro and the construction authority that outlines how we coordinate and cooperate with one another throughout the project. This document does numerous things, but it also specifies design standards, design review process, outlines Metro's involvement in construction oversight and testing of the system. It provides requirements for turnover of the project to Metro. The current project is the third project that the construction authority you know, has built or will build for Metro. We built phase 1 of the project from downtown LA Union Station out to Pasadena. And then we built phase 2 from that terminus in Pasadena out to Azusa. And now this is our third phase of the project, going from Glendora out to Pomona. I've worked on all 3 of those phases. Me and my team have established a very good working relationship with Metro. We understand Metro's requirements very well, and we work to meet those requirements. And Metro is a very important stakeholder of ours, and we do everything we can to make them as happy as we possibly can. Next slide, please. Involvement of the city on the project. We also have a master cooperative agreement between the city and the construction authority that outlines how we cooperate and coordinate with one another. Very, very similar type of information or requirements in that document as well, including design standards, design review process, permit requirements, city involvement in construction inspection, and so forth. The city police and fire representatives do participate in a fire, life, safety, and security committee that we have on the project. We've formed that. I don't know the exact time frame, but I believe it was in 2014, way back during the planning phase of the project. And they review the project to ensure that first responders can respond to the system once it's in operation and they have all the resources that they need. Glendora Police Department has supported the development of the hazard analysis and threat and vulnerability assessment that we've done. Glendora Police Department and LA County Fire have reviewed the station plaza and parking lot preliminary designs, access, and egress. Next slide, please. To ensure that we do what we need to do on the project, there's two bodies of public safety that oversees the project, the two regulatory authorities that we cannot open the project until we have their approval. The first is the Fire, Life Safety and Security Committee that I discussed. Consists of local police and fire departments, as well as Metro and the Construction Authority. They review all the project designs, they inspect the construction, they oversee emergency drills prior to opening, and they issue a certificate of occupancy. As I said, we cannot open the project until we receive that certificate of occupancy. The California Public Utility Commission also is a regulatory authority that oversees the project. They don't just oversee the grade crossings, they oversee the entire project. They regulate all aspects of the light rail system. They also perform inspections and design reviews. But in addition to that, they require a safety and security certification process. It's a systematic review of the design to ensure that full compliance of all applicable standards. And then there's a systematic review of the construction to ensure that it complies with the design. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to discuss our community outreach efforts that we have. We try extremely hard to get the community outreach out to try to keep everyone informed as to what we're doing. Next slide, please. We do this through a lot of different methods. We have construction hotline, email, construction notices are distributed. We have an interactive construction map on our website. We send out e-alerts. We do community walks. We also post things on the city websites if they're agreeable to that. We have e-news updates, Twitter, all the social media, Twitter, Facebook, blog updates, community accessible office in Glendora that has community hours that people can come and join. We have construction safety programs for schools and community and goal line tours. Next slide, please. This gives you a little bit of an idea of our online interactive map. You can go onto our website and see what's going on. You can click on those different icons and it'll give you more information about what's going on in your neighborhood. Next slide, please. We try to support businesses as much as we possibly can. We know our construction can have some impacts to those. So we put out business open during construction signage, street banners, and we sponsor advertising in certain instances. Next slide, please. This is some ways to stay up to date on the project. Their website, social media. You can call our project line there with questions and emails. Next slide, please. Okay, next I'm going to discuss the funding for the contract option. Next slide, please. As Habib mentioned, we have funding for the project from Glendora to Pomona. We do have an option in our contract that we could extend the project onto Montclair. That option expires in October of this year, so we need to get that executed or it will expire. Next slide, please. This shows our schedule, our baseline contract to get the project complete out to Pomona. We will achieve substantial completion by January of 2025. If we do exercise the contract option, that would add 1 year to the project, and it would allow, then it would change the deadline of substantial completion of the project to January of 2026. Definition of substantial completion is when the project is fit for its intended purpose. At that point in time, we would hand the project over to Metro. They would do their final testing. They would train their operators. And then they would put it into operations when, when they deemed that it would be appropriate. Typically, that's plus or minus 6 months after substantial completion. It could be longer, could be shorter, depending on, how things go. But as I said, if we don't execute that contract option in October of this year, we will have to begin work towards a new procurement to build beyond Pomona. And then that would increase the time when it would open from at Claremont and Montclair. Would not impact Glendora. I would mention, if we do exercise that option, we will not, the whole project will open at one time. There won't be a phased opening. So it would actually delay the opening at Glendora approximately a year if we did exercise that option. Next slide, please. We are working with state representatives to obtain that funding. We are working on requesting $540 million to complete the goal line to Montclair. So we are working on that. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation. I do want to give an update on our response to the June 2nd letter that Stephen Mateer mentioned in his presentation. There were a few items, I think around 6 items that were in this letter. I don't want to go through them. One is ensure that the metro station pin is at each entrance at Vermont and Glendora. There will be a station pin at each entrance. We will do that. Provide clear signage for bicycle parking to avoid clutter and confusion in the station area. We will do that as well. Provide a train bus wayfinding signs that provide station location. And we will work with Metro to do that. Ensure internal wayfinding signage directing passengers to major destinations, exits, and transit stops. We will do that as well. And then also real-time arrival signs to help passengers know when the next train and buses are coming. We will have next train signs on the station. And we are providing some conduit that will make it easy for Metro to come in and add a similar sign in the parking facility if they want to. They will have that opportunity. And then there was one request that we couldn't accommodate, that was to provide a share of cost of undergrounding the overhead lines along Vermont. That's something that other cities have requested as well. Unfortunately, there's not a requirement for that, and we've had to politely decline the other cities as well. So just rest assured that some other cities not getting something that you're not. So I just wanted to make that very clear. So that is all I have for the presentation, and I'm not sure if Stephen or who to hand this off to, but that concludes our presentation.
Yeah, Habib, thank you, and to you, Chris, as well for your time. I'd like to bring in Judy Gerhardt and Captain Sean Kehoe for the next couple slides. Please.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Judy Gerhardt. I'm the chief from Metro System Security and Law Enforcement. I'm fairly new in this role. I've been here just over 3 months, but I do have a little bit of experience in law enforcement. I have 40 years with the LA County Sheriff's Department. I retired from them in November, but decided I wasn't done. And so I'm back in this role. I'm very excited to be here. I just want to thank you for having me. And we are very excited to be partners with you and your community as we move forward with this project. What an exciting time for everybody. I wanted to give you just a very high level overview of what you can expect from my department, System Security and Law Enforcement, within the Metro umbrella. So if I can go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to share with you what our strategic plan is for 2021. Our goal is to deliver an outstanding experience for all users of the transportation system, that's employees and riders. by providing superior customer service while preventing terrorism and reducing crime on our system. And we recognize that safety and security means different things to different people. So we want to make sure that we don't go in with a one-size-fits-all approach. We want to really customize our services that we provide to the riders and employees to make sure that everybody's comfortable and everybody's having that outstanding experience. And we want to do that through dialogue and listening and learning, really engaging with the community as we move forward, particularly during these very difficult, challenging times. And so that's our goal moving forward. Secondly, actively engage in the, which we call UHRC, the Unified Homeless Response Center, where we want to employ technology and expand outreach teams to positively impact the homeless within and around Metro's transportation system and property. We know that the homeless population is on our system. We know that it causes concern for some riders. We want to be part of the solution. We don't want to just move the problem into somebody else's community or somewhere else. We really want to be a long-term strategic collaborative partner. We see this as a community problem. It's not one person's problems to solve, but it's all of our problems to solve. And I've had many conversations with our CEO, Stephanie Wiggins, about this. I know that she has a shared vision for a long-term strategy, working collectively with community-based organizations, city, state, all of these people coming together to say, okay, what can we do to positively impact the unhoused and connect them with the resources that they need. And lastly, improving the quality of life for system security and law enforcement personnel, because we recognize that an investment in our personnel is really an investment in the services they provide. So we want to make sure that we're taking care of our employees so they can take care of our customers. Next slide. Just want to give you a very general overview of what the system looks like today and how we have this layered approach to system security and law enforcement. So if you look in the green box first, that's private security. We contract with a private security company for infrastructure protection primarily. So they'll provide services at some stations, they do ancillary checks, they'll do some of our divisions, they may be security in those facilities. So they serve as eyes and ears, and they have direct contact information for our security operations system. In the pink box is Metro security. Those are Metro employees, or Metro unarmed and armed security officers, different levels. And they also do critical infrastructure protection. They do fare compliance, revenue protection, and they do code of conduct enforcement throughout the system. And then, of course, the blue is our law enforcement partners. Currently, we have contracts with 3 law enforcement agencies. LAPD patrols all of the system inside the city of LA. Long Beach Police Department has those stations within the city of Long Beach, and the LA County Sheriff's Department has everything else outside of the city. And the difference between those is that the law enforcement partners are there to address crime and disorder, reduce system vulnerability to terrorism, and respond to those things that only law enforcement can respond to. With the overall goal here is keeping our passengers and our employees safe and secure. With that, next slide. I am bold enough to give you my contact information. Here it is for everybody. That's how you can reach me by email, by phone. My personal cell phone's up there. Oh, I can put my email up there. If you need something from me, by all means, call me, reach out to me. Anything you need, we want to be collaborative partners with you. We want to go through this project together, hand in hand. We want it to be the best that there can be for your communities. So thank you so much for having me. I really look forward to this relationship. I've had the privilege and honor to talk to your chief, Chief Egan, through this process, and I'm really looking forward to building that very collaborative relationship with all of you. So thank you so much for having me. I am going to pass this on to the captain for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Transit Services Bureau, Captain Sean Kehoe.
Thank you very much, Judy, and thank you, council and staff members and residents. My name is Sean Kehoe. I'm the captain of our Transit Services Bureau. My talk, I just want to kind of cover what we do on behalf of Metro, and particularly the level of services that you're going to get as the system expands out your way. So TSB is actually the 5th largest transit law enforcement agency in the nation. We've had a good partnership with Metro since 1994, and we specialize in transit security, transit policing. So there's a unique level of policing when it comes to that, and that's what we do, and we've been doing it for quite some time. We have a total of 315 personnel, 260 are sworn, that covers 102 cities. So as Judy had mentioned, we cover all areas outside of the city of LA and all rail outside of the city of LA and Long Beach. So that's a large jurisdiction. But in addition to the staff, which we deploy over 100 staff on a daily basis for the whole system, in addition to that staff, we have a number of support personnel. So we have a total of 10 explosive detective canines that we deploy throughout the system, and that supports the entire system. And we also have 16 special assignment deputies that provide coverage for any type of unique situations that come up for the entire system. We also have team leader supervisors that work very closely with both the cities and the Metro personnel in the area, and they identify problems and they relay those problems to our staff so that we can have a layered approach as we address any type of criminal issues on the system. In addition to that, one of our best assets is our TMET team. We have our transit mental evaluation team, which includes 10 deputies and three social mental health workers that support them. We deploy them throughout the entire system, but they work with both mental health issues as well as unhoused individuals. So they specialize in both of those, and we deploy them throughout the system depending upon the issues or concerns that come up. Within the San Gabriel Valley area, we cover all the L-line coverage as well as all Metro buses within the area, and they supplement each other. So if depending upon who's closest, a bus unit could respond to the rail and vice versa. About 30% of my overall force is actually in the San Gabriel Valley area. So it is large coverage. We have 5 substations. One substation is actually located in Irwindale, and that's where all of our rail coverage rolls out of. And in El Monte, all of our bus coverage rolls out of. So we are located close to the community. We work very closely with our local chiefs of police, including been working with Chief Egan, as well as all of our San Gabriel Valley chiefs in order to support and provide any coverage or assistance on any of the issues that they're identifying that's coming in connection with any of the Metro rail property or bus property. In short, we believe really strongly in those partnerships, and that's what we're here for. And we're going to continue to provide that level of service as the system expands. I'm happy to take on any questions that you have.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you, Ms. Gerhart. So with that, Madam Mayor, we'll turn it back to Council for any questions.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open public comment before I bring it back to the council for comments and questions. So at this time, if there is anyone from the public that wish to make a public comment on this subject and this subject only, I would invite you to use the raise hand icon, and we will recognize you when it's your turn to speak. Madam Deputy City Clerk, do we have anyone raising their hand?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we have had no requests via the Zoom meeting to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. With that, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And I want to say thank you to each one who just shared. I am on the Gold Line Authority Board, and Habib and Chris, I've been seeing a lot of them and talking to them a lot here of late, and I do appreciate each one of them. To the chief, I just met your new boss on Monday, and Stephanie speaks very, very well of you. And so I want you to know that, and I can't wait to meet you and delve in more in terms of what your doing for us. Captain, thank you for being here and for explaining what you are doing. And I do appreciate that. I have just kind of some general things to talk about to the chief and captain. Are you comfortable with the security that you have seen, that the goal line has been able to build out and build into our system? Are you comfortable with that? And if you're not, then could you tell us what areas that maybe at this point in time, since it's not all built out, what we could do to better improve that? So, Chief, if you want to go ahead and opine to that, then Captain can go ahead too.
Sure, I'm happy to. At the risk of sounding a little biased, I would love to have more law enforcement and security out there on the system. I wish we had officers on every train and every car and on every bus. But I recognize that that's not always possible. So I think that part of it is in the numbers and part of it is in strategic deployment. And I'm happy to say that Captain Kehoe and I actually worked together when I was in the Sheriff's Department. And so he knows my expectations and I didn't scare him off. And so he knows that we all have to learn to do more with less. And so really it's about, yes, we want as many people and as many eyes and ears out there as possible. But we also want to make sure that we fully utilize the ones that we have, take the opportunity to utilize technology whenever we can, those types of things. So, there's never enough, but I will say that it is a negotiated agreement what the minimum staffing levels are, because there are some minimum staffing levels when you cover a system so large over such a vast area. It does take a minimum number of people to do it. So I certainly wish we had more. I think that Captain Kehoe has the bare minimum to cover the ground that he has to carry. So I've tasked him with using his imagination to how most effectively to deploy those resources. Sorry, Sean, I'll let you respond though.
Thank you. I'm very blessed in working with Metro simply because of our ability to solve crime is significant with the amount of support that we get with the camera system and the design itself and everything that we have. For when something does happen, we have a very high level of solve rate. And I think that goes to credit with Metro and the design of the passenger terminals, especially all of the new expansions that we're seeing. I mean, 100% coverage that's going to be coming on cameras are huge, the license plate readers and things like that. So there's a lot of support that we have on that end, which makes me and ultimately my detective's jobs much easier to get that done. I definitely am always in need of additional personnel and additional resources. And I'm sure that as we expand that we're going to be having those discussions to make sure we have good coverage. But the good news is that we do have coverage out there. And as I mentioned, all the support that we have from the specialized teams who really do help with any issues that come up or specific problems. We have a lot of resources that we could deploy. So they're not being deployed across the board all the time. So we can decide where to use them and where to best utilize them. And if a problem does arise, then we can utilize them wherever we need to. So I think as far as what we see here is excellent, and it's going to just continue to be beneficial as we expand.
Captain, thank you. And to our own chief, Matt, could you opine on what they have just said and how we are going to layer in the team that we have to ensure the citizens are safe?
Yeah, absolutely. I echo both of them in the sense that the dream would be to have lots of resources available to meet the needs of any potential things that might pop up. From a collaborative point of view, GPD will partner up with LA County Sheriff's Department when they take possession of, this portion of the extension, and we will work with Sheriff's Department to have an MOU to clearly lay out, how we handle calls, how we respond to calls. Obviously, if a crime is occurring immediately, say in the parking lot or on the platform or adjacent to the train or even, on the sidewalk, we're going to get that call. We're going to be there first. And then, we'll alert transit and work it out. We've had and enjoyed and continue to enjoy a really good working relationship with the County Sheriff's Department. So I don't foresee any issues going forward, other than, the dream of asking for more. So.
Sure. Matt, could you also share with all of us the fact that I believe that you have had an officer on the committee that Chris had referenced for quite some time. Could you just kind of tell us about that? And I believe it's Tim that serves there, and what he does.
Yeah, presently, the meeting you're referring to is called Fire Life Safety Security Committee.
Right.
I'm not sure the regularity of which they meet, but what they do is as they build and as they design, they look at items both from a blueprint and from a conceptual idea of how things are going to lay out. And we get an opportunity to be there and to be partnered with the table to present some ideas, everything from giving us camera access to lighting considerations to the latest meeting that we had, which was just earlier last month, was talking about alarm systems at pedestrian evacuation gates for the bridges. And those are all, they're all very minor things, but we've been partnered with this safety committee since the Metro inception. And as Chris talked, I don't recall how long it's been, but we've had somebody on that committee ever since it began. It began with Michael Henderson, and now Tim Crawford's on it. And those are both, respected members of the department who go to the meetings, report back, provide guidance, and work in a collaborative effort for safety considerations.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome,
Captain, you were given a letter at a meeting that I believe that Michael was at, and I wasn't aware that had been given to you, but nonetheless, it has been. And I know that at least I think that you and our chief have talked about that, and some of the concerns that were raised in that, I believe the city has addressed. Either Matt or Sean, do you want to respond to some of those things?
Doesn't make a difference. I know the letter you're referring to, and it outlined a few safety considerations.
Right.
And those safety considerations were presented, I believe, through the construction authority. And we also looked at those items through the Fire, Life, and Safety Security Committee.
Right.
And had an opportunity to look at those. There was items on there such as the numbering of parking spots, site distance issues, not striping, but curb painting to allow for enough access north and south with turn lanes on Vermont to access the station, and other safety related issues. Yeah.
Right.
And Sean and I had an opportunity to talk about those as well.
Okay. Yeah, I was not aware that this was a letter that was authorized. So I don't know, Michael, if you want to talk about it, but my name was copied on that. So I didn't get a copy of that until after it was done. But I think suffice it to say that that most, if not all of those things have been addressed. Would that not be the fair assumption to make to either Matt or Sean?
I'll offer that that we have looked at those items and provided an assessment. I know that I've talked to the city manager about those as well, in conjunction with Stephen Mature. On a separate conversation, I've talked with Sean Kehoe about those items, and my understanding is that they've had an opportunity on their side, along with Metro and the construction authority, to take a look at those items as well.
Okay, thank you. Chris, thank you for addressing the questions that collaboratively were in the letter that I sent on behalf of our council as of June 2. And I do appreciate hearing that you guys have been able to do that. Just one other thing, Chris. So you have been doing this from the first train that has left the station, and now you're on phase 3. Is there anything from a safety standpoint that you would offer that we should be doing that we are not doing?
Not at all. This is my 5th light rail project that I've worked on, the 3 phases on the Gold Line, including, well, and then the 4th phase being the East Side Extension and the Expo project. I've spent 20 years working on these projects. The Metro design criteria and standards are extremely robust. You will not see these measures in any other parking lot out there, or certainly generally will not see them. And so, no, I feel very comfortable that we've done, everything, that can reasonably be done to, provide security at these facilities.
Okay, thank you. I could go on, but I will. I need to allow others to opine. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for the time. And if there's any time left, and if there's anything that I need to say, then I will. But I do appreciate the collaborative effort that the Gold Line and Metro have. It is very clear what those relationships are. The Gold Line builds a train and hands it off to you guys, and you're able to run it. And we want to be a part of that. And it's an honor for me to be a part of the authority board. So thank you. I appreciate it.
And as the other person who put this on the agenda, I'm going to call on Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Hey, thanks, Karen. I've got a couple of questions, and one to start with for Judy. As you know, you've only been in a position a few months, but there is a perception that a lot of people have that public transportation in general is not safe. And it's an issue, whether it be true or not. It's a fact that it happens. I have that conversation with residents all the time. And Metro just made an announcement about that they're not going to be responding to homeless encounters with law enforcement. They're going to handle that a different way, whether that be right or wrong. It's out there. And so, I know that it's a huge job, but it's something that this project, this light rail system, is huge. It's going to benefit a lot of people, and we all need to work together on trying to turn this around for people. I was actually sitting at a lunch with a council person from another community who was sharing an experience that she had. And we sort of had the conversation that I said, it's interesting. It's hard for me to imagine, because I use the Gold Line and I've never felt unsafe. I felt uncomfortable, but I've never felt unsafe. But I'm 6'1", 250 pounds. And so there's a huge difference from, women being on there. So it is a big job. I'm sure you're up to it, and hopefully the Metro Board understands the importance of turning that perception around as well. Could you just give us a little bit of a glimpse as to what the goal is with making a decision to not have law enforcement be first responders in homeless interactions on the Metro?
I can certainly try, Mr. Boyer. I want to say I don't want to speak for my CEO, Stephanie Wiggins, but as I said earlier, we've had many conversations about this. We recognize jointly that the unhoused population is a community problem, and it's not just a Metro problem. And it's really not law enforcement's problem. And I think if I understand her vision, I think it is to have the correct resources, the most appropriate resources trained to deal with the unhoused population, be it mental health specialists or addiction specialists or just general services. It's a matter of connecting those people that need resources with the resources that are available and that conduit of information to share that. So I think her vision is that law enforcement might not be the most appropriate entity to perform that function. So what we want to do, and with Captain Kehoe's concurrence, we've done this in some areas already. We want to work closely with those mental health clinicians or addiction specialists to have them be the point of contact to build rapport and relationships with people who are experiencing homelessness so they can build trust and familiarity, and then hopefully they will accept the resources that are being offered. Now, that's not to say that we recognize that there is unpredictability and sometimes erratic behavior from people who are suffering from mental illness or people who may be in mental crisis in some form or fashion. And sometimes it requires law enforcement to intervene. So that's why we found thus far the most effective strategy has been that partnership, where we send the mental health clinicians with a law enforcement officer to hopefully build those relationships so that they can get the resources that they need. It's more of a collaborative approach. And I think Ms. Wiggins' point was she doesn't want law enforcement to bear the brunt of the responsibility of dealing with the unhoused, because law enforcement doesn't have the solution to the problem. It's really going to take a community and a collaborative effort to so that we can all address the problem, right? It affects all of us. And so we recognize that it's a complex issue. It's going to require a complex solution, but Stephanie and I have agreed we're going to roll up our sleeves. We're going to think outside of the box. We're going to come up with some creative solutions, and we're going to find a way to help those people who are suffering from homelessness and to help our community so that they will feel comfortably. I want to just touch on your comment about the perception of feeling unsafe and being unsafe. The fact of the matter is that the crime on the system really is relatively low. And as Captain Kehoe mentioned earlier, the solve rate for those crimes is actually pretty high. But the bigger issue is, how do people feel when they ride the system? Because that's what we need to deal with. Perception is reality. So we want to make sure that people are having a comfortable experience when they ride the system. That's really where we're going to lean our efforts. And that is developing these community relationships and engagements with the community so that they know that their system is safe, they feel comfortable that there are people along the system, be them security officers, police officers, ambassador program that we're looking at soon, all of these different people that are there to help them have an enjoyable experience, because we want people to feel comfortable as they work, right, and live in LA.
Okay, appreciate it. Looking forward to moving forward on that.
We are all open for creative solutions. If you have any ideas, send them my way.
A couple of other things on the construction, and these questions would be for Chris or Habib. I just want to be clear, because this thing is questions come up a few times. If the extension to Montclair is approved, the system will be completed to Pomona and opened on schedule, and then the extension going on out to Montclair will be done after the opening of the system to Pomona. Is that correct?
That's not exactly correct.
Okay.
There'll be one, once the decision is made to exercise the option to Montclair, If that option is exercised by October the 7th of this year, then the entire project from Glendora to Montclair will open in 2026.
Okay, that's good.
If the option is not exercised and we don't have the funding and we can only go to Pomona, then the project will open in 2025.
Okay, I appreciate that up to date. I understood differently, but it's really important for people to know that. So thank you for that. We'll make some clarifications. And then the last question is, the construction of Pasadena is taking extra time. And, we've had this conversation about the construction time periods. And in Pasadena, the construction crew is limited to not being able to work past 5:30. Is that a good example of the fact that we're in this position of having to make a determination as to if we allow longer construction periods, the length of construction would be shorter, but then there'd be more disruptions at night, or a situation like Pasadena, it is extended because of the limitation in construction times. Is that a fair comment to make?
Yeah, that is a fair comment to make, but at this point in time, the final 3 significant closures are underway, and but yes, that is correct. But the final 3 grade crossings in the city of Glendora are underway, and there's not a whole lot that can be done about it at this point in time.
Okay, appreciate it. And then I just like to make another, a comment. And one of the reasons that I agreed with Mendel that we needed to have this update is we probably haven't done the best job communicating. The Gold Line is the largest construction project in the city of Glendora since the 210 freeway was built. And that was 60 years ago. I think that was in the mid 60s that was completed. So, it's one of those things. This is an extremely important project to the city. And I think it's important that we here at the city of Glendora work on communications with our residents, with each other, and at council meetings. And this is something I'll wait to hear from my colleagues, but I'd like to talk about an idea that maybe we need to start having some consistent communication as we talk to different people. Chris went over the list of items that we had made a request of for the Gold Line. And I'm not sure that list was shared with the entire council at any time, prior to tonight. And so, I'd like to make a recommendation that we make sure that as council moving forward and having communications, whether it be with the Gold Line or with Metro on the Gold Line project, make sure that we include in those communications Mendel, who's our representative and a member of the board. But if for any reason he wouldn't be available, I'd like to suggest that the mayor be included in that conversation. The reason I think it's a good idea to have the mayor, I'm the alternate, I'm Mendel's alternate on the board. And the reason I think it'd be a good idea to have the mayor involved in that conversation is because this is such a significant project. And this is a pretty special thing to be a part of. And our mayor, we change annually. So that would also give the opportunity of, 4, possibly 5 different people on the council, and more than likely people that are not sitting here tonight, to be involved in those conversations moving forward. So we can discuss that when everybody's done. But on top of that, I also would like Mendel to kick the idea around. Maybe we need to start having a Gold Line update once a month, so that we could actually have that on the agenda, the second meeting of every month, so that we can get updates, whether it be from your meetings with the construction authority or any other meetings that we have as a group or individually with Metro and the Gold Line. So just a couple of ideas, but we really need to work on communication and need to make sure that we're all speaking with one voice. So that's it for now. Thank you, Karen.
Gary, I certainly agree with that. And I can monthly the goal line's got this amazing drone, and it can tell you stories in less than a minute or two about what is happening, and you will love it. And they do an excellent job in sharing that with our board. So I would welcome that, and would be more than happy to do that. So thank you.
Thanks.
Member Alawaz.
Karen, you were muffled.
Said Councilmember Alawaz.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you to Stephen for this presentation, and for the Gold Line folks, and also for Chief Gerhard and Captain Kehoe. I'm really impressed with the speed of which some of the construction is moving along with the Gold Line. It's pretty impressive, a little over a year or so into this, and a lot of major projects have already been put in place. I want to address a comment that Councilman Thompson made about the letter that was apparently circulated. That was a draft letter and was put together by community members, and was not intended or authorized for distribution. Councilmember Friedendahl and I had a conversation, a nice meeting with the chief and with the captain. It was excellent. We got a lot of information. We transferred a bunch of information, which was really good from a community standpoint. And I thought that the safety concerns and points were communicated well, because when this is said and done down the road, we're going to have to live with this project, and our community members are going to have to live with this project, and there's going to be some foreseen issues that we will be dealing with that we don't even know about today. So uncovering as much as we possibly can is absolutely key. I have a number of questions here, and forgive me if some of them were answered, but I've been having some communication issues with the internet. This was answered once before, but I just wanted to get it clarified. Who at the city is responsible for the communication or the lead to the Gold Line? Adam, perhaps maybe you can help address that.
Do you mind help clarifying the question? Under what auspice are we talking about?
So do you have daily communication that different departments communicate with the Gold Line, or is everything go through you?
Sure. So there's a number of different elements. So at a high level in the city's official capacity, the city council's appointed both Councilmember Thompson and Mayor Pro Tem Boyer to be the city's official business, anything dealing with the council and official communications. From a staff perspective, I sit on the TAC committee with staff with the Gold Line Construction Authority, as well as Stephen as the alternate. The city employs a consultant, JMD, whose item is on the council later this evening, that helps spearhead construction-related efforts. There's also quarterly construction meetings that the Gold Line holds, one of which is this week, I believe, coming up, in which city staff from the police department, public works, the city manager's office, and community development meet to discuss any potential issues as they arise. Additionally, if anything becomes an issue or we have a concern, staff will raise the issue to myself. Work with Habib and Chris and their team have always do a pretty good job of responding to our concerns pretty quickly and addressing any items that we have. We've been able to address some sidewalk and curb and stoplight issues, for example, when those issues had arose. So from a general update, also in our strategic plan, we've asked the Gold Line to come give regular updates, which they have. Lisa gave one not too long ago. We had the community meeting that's recorded and available on the website for the Gold Line Authority as well. And then this evening's presentation at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Boyer and Mendel Thompson. So a little bit all over the place, but if there's any official question, the council always knows they have two colleagues that are officially allowed to speak on behalf of the city council, and council usually asks me if there's a staff related question.
Okay, so the next question is kind of related to this, and Habib, maybe you can help answer this question as well. When a request or a question comes in from, or actually a request comes in from a member city, who makes the final decision? The Gold Line Authority Board, or it was Gold Line Management?
Depends on the type of request that comes in from a city.
Okay, any examples of what kind of requests?
I don't know. You tell me. What kind of?
Okay,
issue are
so
you
that,
referring to?
then you'll lead me into my next question. You know, originally that we've been talking about the parking, about the number of spaces. Originally, we were supposed to have some around 420, and now it's about, what, 302? And we haven't officially asked for more space, but it was originally, we thought we had an agreement. And so if we were to have a request to come back to increase that, who would be the authorized entity to look at that and authorize it?
Well, the construction authority is the entity that designs and builds the project. So ultimately, the construction authority makes that decision.
Okay. So then it leads me to the next question. You give justification in the past for the 302 parking stalls. What can you reiterate or refresh the justification for the 302 parking stalls, and what's the area of service that you've included for the 302 parking stalls?
Well, a couple of years ago, I think it was going on 3 years ago now, Metro had come to the construction authority and suggested building smaller parking facilities due to the ability that Metro now has through Measure M to provide first and last mile dollars to alleviate the necessity of having large parking reservoirs at each of the stations. This helps, we believe, the cities long-term as well as Metro to develop that land in the future for joint development purposes rather than for putting parking there exclusively. So we went through a process over the last 2 years where we looked at reducing the parking facilities, went through the environmental process, and then that was approved in January by the Construction Authority Board.
Okay, because we're looking at within the area having permit parking because of overflow and folks maybe not wanting to pay for the parking. So we're having to actually look at that moving forward, and that's going to be an imposition onto our residents in that area. Next question that I have for you is, you know, Vermont's a very narrow street. And I know there's been some talk, I brought it up, Councilmember Friedendahl has brought it up, and about having a turn-in pocket going northbound on the east side of 3 or 4 vehicles to be able to pop in, drop somebody off, or pick somebody up. My concern is basically is that you're going to have double parking for people just jumping out or you know, hopping in because it's closer to the actual station than it is at the turnabout inside the parking area. Is there any more consideration of possibly doing that?
No, I'll turn it over to Chris Berner, but we've done the analysis and believe that our layout of the parking is the safest alternative, that it provides adequate space for drop-offs and should not present a problem for, you know, increased ridership. I don't know, Chris, if you have any comment.
Yeah, that's correct. We've had our traffic engineer look at it, and they've determined that a right turn pocket's not necessary. As I said, there aren't gates as you pull into the parking lot. You don't get a ticket or anything like that. There's no gate arm. You just park your car and you go to a payment kiosk and you use your license plate to make the payment. So there should be free flow of traffic into the parking facility. You know, as we've discussed previously, the turnaround or turnabout facility that we're going to build, we think is the best solution there because it allows both north and southbound traffic on Vermont to pull into the station, and also it's a grade separated crossing, so you won't have to cross any tracks. Now the grade crossings are safe; they're built to the highest standards, you know, that are used. But it's always better to not have that, you know, crossing of the tracks. However, the City Council did ask that we look at that, and we've engaged our traffic engineer to look to see if we could put a drop-off area off of Vermont. It would really just serve the northbound traffic, and anyone would have to walk northbound on the sidewalk to north of the tracks, and then head a little bit east and then enter the station that way because of the way the station entrance is. And we are meeting with city staff tomorrow to discuss that.
So that's a possibility then.
That is a possibility. We could do some restriping, and we think we could do that. We're going to meet with city staff and discuss it with them tomorrow. Kind of start the discussions with city staff tomorrow.
Okay. It was brought up by Gary, and I just we didn't get a clear answer. What's the status of the letters that the city council and Councilman Thompson had sent to the goal line? When is that going to be officially answered and sent back?
I verbally responded to it, but we will get it out either this week or early next week.
Okay. It was brought up about on the center lane going northbound on Barranca. It's got a little hump there. And when we had spoken, took a little tour, you folks were going to look into it. Have you had a chance to look into it?
Yeah, we think, and I'm going to look into it a little more, but we believe that it is a result of the tracks. The tracks are, have to be in a plane, and a straight plane for the train, and so we think that's it. But we're going to go back, and I'm going to dig a little deeper to make sure that that's the case. But we're not sure there's anything that we can do there. But I'm gonna go back and double check that to make sure that's the case.
Well, perhaps you can dig deep enough to get rid of the hump.
And you said that's northbound, is that correct?
Northbound center lane, yes. You'll get a wild ride if you go in the center one. The one on the right's fine, but okay. The center one is not.
Okay.
Now it was brought up about the parking stalls going in there, that you have automatic license plate readers. That's only half of the equation. It was brought up that the numbering of the parking stalls was also hand in hand with also putting colored areas in there, like gold, blue, green, red, for zones of parking. So if you were to if you had an issue with a safety issue, a concern, a robbery, whatever, you can say I'm in parking stall blue 23, for instance. That was the whole idea of numbering the parking spots, so that law enforcement can quickly go to an area, as opposed to where are you? They're not going to know where they're at with 302 parking stalls. And if you give us more, that'd be great. Just complicate the issue even more so. But, a little dig in there. But what's the likelihood of instituting something like that? Almost like you have in big amusement parks. We have different zones in different areas. And that was brought up during our conversation with the chief and the captain as part of that original draft letter.
I didn't really understand. All I saw were the parking spaces being numbered. They typically are not numbered within the metro system. They don't use a numbering system for the parking. They use the license plate reader in and out. We can look at that. I didn't fully understand the comment. You explained it much better and clarified that. I don't know that the parking lot is big enough that that's necessary, but we will look into that and see if that is indeed appropriate to do in this size of parking facility.
So since you folks don't want to take out the little building for me, and I'm going to be a little redundant like I normally am, but that's fine. What safety measures are you going to put in there to guard against blind spots around that building, looking as law enforcement drives on Vermont, looking into the parking lot? Going from south to north is not an issue. There's enough of a setback, but going the other direction, it's basically on property line and you can't see around it.
I've evaluated that. I've looked at it with my safety personnel. I've looked at it with the Metro safety personnel, and we don't see an issue there. There's good sight lines coming up Vermont. There's CCTV, 100% CCTV coverage inside the entire parking facility. As you heading northbound, as you pass the building there, you can see all the way down to Glendora. You can see the station area. So we, no one that I've spoken to see that as a concern.
What kind of fencing will you have around that parcel of property?
We're going to do the 8-foot high picket fence that will go around the entire perimeter of the parking facility.
Okay. Last question. This is for Adam. Adam, how much has our, I guess, share of the Gold Line construction cost the city, both in kind and in hard dollars? And what do you expect it to be at the conclusion of the project?
Sure. That's actually a question we'll answer at an item later this evening, but just to sort of talk in large numbers, when the city has an obligation, like all cities in the Phase 2B, to contribute towards the Gold Line. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but in staff costs so far, in basically existing staff, about $250,000 over the past several years in staff time, plus about $700,000 in supplemental staff help and design review and consultant work. Again, the item on the agenda later this evening is about $400,000 a year for the next 3 years for a JMD to continue to provide that expert level assistance throughout the project.
Okay, so I'm sorry, what are you projecting?
So just to recap, we think about $250,000 in staff time and soft costs is a round number. We've incurred to date in supplemental staff costs and engineering and design review through JMD and other vendors of about $700,000 over the last several years. In addition, this evening on the agenda for council consideration, and we can't have that conversation now, we'll have it during that agenda item, is about $400,000 a year in the next 3 years. It's something we discussed during the 2-year budget adoption as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
All right, not much left.
Yeah, I would say, and then again.
Yeah, thank you all. It's great to see you again. Appreciate your time. Several great comments have been made tonight. Certainly about, this is the biggest thing to come since the 210 freeway, which I believe is in the mid 70s. So that was a big thing. And certainly, as Stephen shared, this is a once in a lifetime build. So we definitely want to get it correct. And I believe that. And I also know that the Chief Judy is very concerned about the perception and as we are, because we all heard I'm stubborn, and I said that earlier tonight, but I look forward to trying out the train, getting to ride it, the light rail, but I'm not a big forgiver of doing over again. So if it's not a great experience, and I know folks in my household, if it's not a good, safe, secure, clean experience, I won't get that second chance. And I want Glendora to have a lifetime of opportunities for this. So this perception and the customer experience is paramount. Chris, you mentioned the license plate readers in the parking lot to go in to monitor that. And I get it. I drive in, it sees my 1, 2, 3, and I go and I put that number into the machine and it says, okay, I've landed. I'm just doing a drop off. It reads me going in. Does it read me going out and take me out of the system? Is that smart?
Yes, it does read you going out as well. And if you're just doing a drop off like that, then they're,
not time enough to flag it then. Like,
correct.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. I too am concerned and am encouraged about your willingness to work with staff and look to see if there's a northbound curb drop off pocket that we could work in. So I appreciate that. Look forward to good news on that. I am concerned too about the number of spaces, and I vocalized this going back to January. If we get to the point where 302 is not enough and saying, well, we'll work a permit program or out on the streets or alternatives, that's a nightmare to manage. So I just cross our fingers. We don't have to go that route. It certainly would be a burden that's not reasonable, I think. Certainly don't want to penalize the neighborhood. I guess I'm going to trust you that those are enough because there's no going back. I don't know where we create more. Hard to go up. Besides that, I think everything that I had requested or was looking for has been asked and answered, so I won't repeat it. Thank you again for your time. And one last question. It's going to be rather frustrating to see a finished train for a year or a year and a half or two not being able to be used, the track and things, if we get that Montclair extension. No way to get it running before that part's being built?
That would require, and so the startup of the project, what we call the startup of the project, is very expensive and it's very personnel intensive. So we only have one startup in the contract in the event that we, that we exercise that option. They will also start to resequence the work a little bit, and so so it won't be completely built and sort of setting not used. The sequence of work will be changed a little bit, but the startup is incredibly expensive, and that was not covered in our budget.
I can certainly appreciate that. I just hate to see good work sitting idle and unutilized. Okay. Thank you very much.
If I can, Mayor, just ask one clarifying question to put the entire timeline and everything into context for everyone. There are two different potential paths. Montclair could be added and then built during this contract. Funding could be found, but the authority and the powers that be decide to rebid that portion and do that separately. That's also a potential. And then we'd have phased reopenings. Is that accurate?
Well, if funding becomes available, we will execute this option. At this point, we believe, just given market conditions, that if we went out to reprocure today, we wouldn't get nearly the deal that we're going to get with the option that we have on the table.
Mm-hmm. And as it relates to the original timeline, the 2025 date was actually, I believe, a little earlier than originally anticipated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so would the 2026 date on the reopening be more in line with the original date of completion then?
Roughly, yeah, it's about 6 months, maybe about 6 months later than the original opening, but it gets us all the way to Montclair.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. And thank you so much to everyone who's made a presentation tonight and answered questions, many of them multiple times. Thank you for your patience and understanding. This partnership with the Gold Line has been in the works for a long time, and you have shown to us again and again that you're reliable, that you do great work, that you respond to community concerns and council concerns, and we appreciate that. And to Chief Gerhardt's point, yes, in terms of unhoused residents, it's something that we can't arrest our way out of, whether it's on the Gold Line or whether it's somewhere else in the community. So I think that issue continues to be a point that we try to work through. But to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem Boyer's point about communication, I think that with this issue and any issue that comes before the council, if we as a council arrive at a decision and send communication, that is where it needs to stop. Follow up by anyone else on the council after that point only muddies the water and confuses the issue. That when we make decisions together in public as a council, that we are making a statement. And for anyone else to make statements off on the side gives the indication that they're speaking for the council, and the council has already spoken. So to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think we do need to reiterate how council communication happens. And when decisions are made, the decision has happened, and that's the end of story. We don't need to have subsequent letters that only confuse the issue. So I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, if you were going to make any further formal statement on that,
Well, again, the point of my comments is the fact that communication is important for a project of this size. It's this important. It's going to affect our community for the next 50, maybe 100 years. So I don't know if we need to actually create a policy or if we can just have a consensus that, you know, any and all communications include our representative to the Gold Line, which at this point is Mendel Thompson. And if he is not available for any reason, it would include the mayor, whoever the mayor might be at the time. And then to add to our council meetings, the fact that we no longer have pandemic updates at every council meeting. We have time to get an update in there on the Gold Line once a month. So maybe, again, I'm not sure, Adam or Bill, if we need to make a motion and vote on that, or if we just have the ability to have a consensus, if that's what we want to do moving forward.
I think, Mayor Pro Tem, just a couple of clarification points, and Councilmember Alawas asked a question about communication, and I think into the mayor's points, there's a couple of things just to provide some clarity. The only people on the council allowed to publicly comment on the Gold Line on behalf of the city currently are Councilman Thompson and yourself in the city's official position. That is the appointees of the city council. Anyone else under a council member using their title under the guise of city business would not be appropriate. City staff, generally speaking, can answer questions and inquire and move forward, but really our underlying goal is to state the city's policy decisions as we move forward. I would have to understand more of the question or more of the including certain people to avoid then additional Brown Act concerns where multiple members of the council are then engaged in emails about Gold Line related decisions as well. So I'd look to Bill for any potential clarification there that he may have, or any sage guidance that we may have on any sort of informal or formal rules that we may want to adopt.
Well, maybe if I could ask another question, would it be possible, I am currently Mendel's alternate on the Gold Line. Would it be possible for us to change the policy to have the alternate to the Gold Line delegate be the mayor?
Sure. Yeah, that's a resolution we'd bring back to council and make that change.
Does anybody else have an issue with that?
Well, we can't really talk about
right now. The
Okay.
two of you are sufficient to serve in that capacity, and I trust your leadership and your judgment without needing to make a change.
Sounds like this is a future council agenda item.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I would need to request that we put this on a future council agenda.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get
Any council member join in that request?
I'll second that.
Okay, done.
Okay, if there are no further comments, again, thank you so much to all of the presenters tonight who spent a lot of time answering questions, many of them again. So thank you. We appreciate your time, effort, and your commitment to this project that will indeed have a great impact on the city for the future. And we're looking forward to having the Gold Line be part of our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to our next item, item 6, Water Conservation Update and Program Plan. Management Analyst Jennifer Aguilar will give the presentation. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Davis and council members. We wanted to give you sort of an update on some of the things that are going on and that we sort of see for the future, and express our concerns and share where we see conservation going. Go to the next slide, please. So our conservation program started in 2007. It was one person driving around in a car looking for daytime watering initially. The program has progressed immensely since then, and we have education programs, water use efficiency audits, events. We have our new AMI metering system, which isn't as new as it used to be, to help people reduce their usage quickly and things like that. Since I took over in 2013, we've been really focused on being proactive with conservation. Education's been a major focus. We are innovative and as collaborative as possible. Next slide. So when it comes to being proactive, we really utilize the analyst portion of my title. I watch for trends in production and usage. We track a number of aspects every week, whether it's production numbers, consumption numbers, anything from our residents, and then sort of track the needs that come from that. We try to stay on top of the regulations and look at potential changes that might be happening with the state or other legislative bodies that dictate how we do our job. We can't always predict these things simply because we can't predict the weather, but we do attend everything we can. We monitor all the trends that are possible for us. We use this information and we try to think about what Glendora might need in the future. At this time, we're really seeing a lot of similarities to the drought in 2015. And more specifically, we're seeing trends that look very similar to the summer of 2014, which preceded our emergency drought conditions. Next slide. So this is one of our main spreading grounds. This is our South Pit. It's out in Azusa area. This is the July 2014. So this is right before everything got a little crazy. So it's really hard to see. I tried to put the numbers on there to really give you a guide, but I call them rings. It's how you get down to the bottom. So you drive in a circle to get down there. And when you can see the rings past the first one, usually that means our pit is getting low. In this one, you can see 3 of the rings. There's visible islands out there in that pit. And I tried to circle in blue that rock. It's sort of our indicator that the pit has reached the bottom level. So there's really not anywhere lower to go. Next slide. This was our South Pit in July of 2016. So it's the same place, same pit, and it's basically full. You're only seeing that top ring. This is when the state came out and said, we're going to let go of all the regulations. And we're going to say that, you're going to self-regulate and everybody's going to sort of come off of being so intense about the drought. So we really reduced our messaging. We tried to control water burnout, is what we call it. Sort of focus on efficiency and focus a little bit less on conservation. And we kept doing our education programs. We did most of our rebates. The only rebate that went away was turf removal. But we kept everything going, very similar to the emergency drought ordinance. We really didn't change a lot, just sort of kept things flowing. We didn't see the rain that we wanted to see here in Glendora. So even though our pit is full, we didn't feel like we were ready to just drop everything. Next slide. And this is our South Pit a couple weeks ago. So as you can see all 3 rings again. The plants have started to grow because the rings have been down for so long that things are starting to grow there now. And you can see our rock that I use as our indicator that we're towards the bottom. You're not seeing the islands necessarily. They are the shadow that you're noticing out there, but it's not as low as 2014. But it's very close. From what I haven't personally seen it, but from what I understand, it's looking a lot closer to 2014 this week than it did 3 weeks ago. So we're getting pretty close though. It's close enough for us to actually start doing some additional efforts and to start monitoring a little bit more. Next slide. So this is the other monitor that I use, the other indicator, the California State Drought Monitor. So LA County in both years, 2014 and then 2021, is still the regular red, which is still severe drought. It's just not extreme at this current moment. 33% of the state in 2014 in June was in extreme drought. And this year in June, 34% was in extreme drought. So we can see that it's different areas. So that dark burgundy is the extreme drought area. It's in different areas each year, but it's still a cause for concern to me and to us here in water. The parallels are just too close to ignore that what we saw in 2014, and we didn't think anything severe of it, is going to get severe here in the next few months. Everything is patterning very similarly. Next slide. So our main focus in conservation, at least for me, has always been education. We don't want to attack people or immediately begin with regulations. We love to make sure that people know what's going on, that we're educating. We don't go and put violations on people's doors and fine them. Anything we're doing is to make someone aware of something that they might not be aware of without us finding it. So since 2017, we got our new AMI meters a couple years before that, and we were able to start running reports and assist residents before they received a high bill. Prior to that, people would receive a high bill and then call us, and then we would go out and say, oh, you have a leak. Now we have a system that locates leaks of a certain level within 48 hours. So we are able to hang a tag, let them know, help them find something before they get a bill that's ridiculous because it ran for 2 months and no one knew because we couldn't know. We're able to know now, we're able to help now, and we're able to assist with reducing that usage. We're also able to assist with that usage over the phone because the system is computer generated. We're able to use that and provide some individual care that we weren't able to do before. We also try to send out mailers 2 times a year. You get a direct mailer, something that we come up with here and comes straight to your house. And then there's bill inserts that we put in every other billing cycle. Again, we don't want to burn people out and we don't want people to throw everything away. So we try to not constantly throw things out there, but to be more strategic and place it appropriately. So we're also going to start a new video series. So the plan is to have the video series run over the next 2 years. So we don't want to start immediately going at conservation. We're going to do more education when it comes to the video series. So we're hoping to be able to provide one about once a month. It'll probably be a little bit longer than that. There's a lot of other things we do, but we're going to try at least every other month at the longest to make sure we get something out there. Little video ideas, rain to tap, how the water gets to you. We have our copper sampling program. We want to get that information out there. We have our infrastructure that we're getting ready to assess and look at. We want to make sure people understand how that works. We're going to talk about water rates and how those apply to everybody. We just want people to understand and to have an educated understanding of what's happening rather than just constantly coming at them with save water. Next slide, please. So innovative thinking is always the key to keeping people informed and engaged. Other agencies have reached out to us for tips and guidance and ideas and what are you doing? We are known in the local area for doing things different and doing things that nobody else is doing. It's something that I take a little bit of pride in and I like being the first one to go out and do stuff. So we really do try our best to find something new. So with COVID, we added virtual options and we were able to do virtual surveys. We didn't have to go to your house to help you with your controller. We didn't have to go to your house to help you figure out why you had a high water bill. We did everything over the phone and online and we mailed things and dropped things off. And it was actually really impressive what we were able to do without actually touching or being near anybody. We are looking at doing some new marketing options. We're looking at working with the movie theaters in the area and putting some of our videos out there. Maybe some different community groups or sporting events. We're trying to find different ways to reach out to people that we haven't done in the last 5 or 6 years. We want to come at this at a different angle. We are currently the only local agency that provides a free water use efficiency survey or audit to our customers. No one else is providing that, especially to our residential customers. Other places will do free audits for large landscapes, but we go to anybody's house. We have a staff of a couple people who go out and they'll help you with controllers. They can help with locating leaks. They can help with trying to see where you might be able to reduce some of your usage. We're the only agency that's able to do that currently in the area. We're also the only local agency that has our own rebate program and our own turf removal program. So our residents can apply with us for rebates on water efficient devices or for replacing their grass with drought tolerant landscapes. And they can also apply through Metropolitan Water District for a rebate through them as well. So we are the only local agency who provides not only metropolitan money, but our own funding to try and help people be as water efficient as possible. Next slide, please. So we do everything we can to be available at events and for community engagement. And we work with local agencies to help increase our efforts and really gather our ideas. And we also are able to gain additional information about drought measures or glean ideas from others by being part of these local agency groups. We're always looking to reach out to more community organizations and really cater an education program to that specific group. Anything that comes up, we're always willing and able to see what they want to know and then run out there and give them as much as we possibly can. Next slide. So we know that regulations are coming, especially if we don't get enough rain in the fall. We just want to be ahead of that. We don't want to get blindsided by an emergency drought like what happened in 2015 in the spring. We want to start now and really get the word out about being efficient and saving water in a very positive way instead of coming at it from a regulation standpoint. In order to do that, we're planning to use a more progressive messaging plan. So we want to educate on our water, our infrastructure, our programs, water awareness, rather than only regulating and green tags violations, things like that. It's not our goal. We believe that the best way to approach conservation in the future is to work with the community and find a way to reduce water use without over-regulating. So that's sort of where we are currently. The water situation is looking a little bit more bleak than I would like to see. And we want to start putting conservation and water back into the minds of the residents and our customers, and just trying to make sure that we don't have the water we need and we have to get there somehow. So before they start coming at us with fines and regulations, we'd like to make sure that the word is getting out there about conserving and the opportunities we have to help people. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions or concerns that you might have.
Thank you so much. And I can speak from personal experience that you do an outstanding job in the water department of being innovative and responsive. So thank you for all that you do to try to help get ahead of the needs and concerns. And I'll invite any of my colleagues who might have any questions to ask.
I can go first. Not necessarily a question, but just a comment. And I actually had a conversation earlier today with somebody who was worried because they had a broken sprinkler. One of my neighbors, they had a broken sprinkler, and a city water employee came by and actually stopped and looked at the sprinkler. And I think we need to really work on getting the word out that our goal is not to be punitive or fine anybody if you have a broken sprinkler or if there's a water leak. That our goal is to make sure that people are aware of it, because sometimes they're not when sprinklers are running, when somebody's not home, or there might be a water leak that you're unaware of. And it gets noticed because we're monitoring the water usage on a regular basis. So we do a pretty good job at that, but I really would like to see us work on trying to get the word out a little bit more than we do, to make sure people understand what our goals are, because they really are, and the staff does a great job in trying to help residents anytime they have the opportunity. And every time there's an interaction, we get positive feedback about it, but until that interaction happens, there's this thought in the back of their heads that somebody's going to be in trouble for something. So, but anyway, great job. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions or
Yeah,
comments?
I have one, please. Thank you, Jennifer. Great education and great content and manner of how to address the issue. In 2013, when we were looking at the drought, 2014, it really slammed us. We were mandated to cut back a certain percentage. And now recently the governor's imploring upon us, and you're trying to share that message. Let's cut back some more before we get completely serious, because it is serious. Do we know where we are at between our reduction in the 2014 success of reducing water and today's usage?
Yeah, we have in 2015, when they mandated us to a 36% reduction, we had gotten to about 32 to 34%, which was sufficient for the state as long as we were showing progression. We didn't actually ever hit 36, but they were completely fine with the numbers that we got to. And then we've slowly pulled back from that. So throughout the years, we've gotten a little bit further away from that 30%. We self-regulated in 2016-17 when they decided to let us decide what percentage we were going to conserve. Some agencies said 0, some said 10. We self-regulated to 20 based on the 20% by 2020, which is old legislation, but we decided to self-regulate to that. And we've been very close to that 20% reduction for the last few years. Last year, I want to say we were at 16, or I'm sorry, it was 18% last year. So we did go backwards a little bit. So people got very, very excited with the drought and everybody cut back. And then as the regulations go away, some of the conservation goes away a little bit, which we see. That's sort of how it goes.
Okay, but we're not back to, we have not exceeded the level, so we're still a little better, but
correct.
If we say, if we're at 18%, we're asking for 15, that puts us back to about the levels we were at 2015-ish. Okay.
Yeah,
great.
yeah. And his 15% is compared to last year, not compared to the original years that they had asked us for 6 years ago. So compared to last year, we're somewhere around 8%. So we just need a little bit more from everyone and we'll be really close to that 15.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. Jennifer, wonderful presentation. Thank you so very much. The water department does an amazing job, and our residents should be happy with the job that you do. And whenever we do education, it's always good. I know that our rates are very competitive, if not lower than the surrounding areas. And have the water department been in conversation with our 6th housing element that we're having to work through? Because since 2014 to current, we've added some new homes and building and things of that nature, which takes up capacity. Are you in those discussions as well? What this 2,300 new homes that we have to zone for, what that would look like on our water, what stresses it will put on there?
Jennifer, if you don't mind, I'll take that question for you. So one of the requirements, the housing element, and something we discussed during the meeting is that the state doesn't want us to take those items into consideration, and not that it's not important. And one of the conversations we've had is that, is the water conversation, but that's not something that is taken into consideration when the city must zone for additional homes.
Okay, there are discussions though as how we can help mitigate this if those homes ever were to get built?
I think that's an ongoing discussion, and the reason why in our strategic plan we've asked for an assessment of the entire infrastructure of our water, and then looking at a next phase was what key partnerships are needed. I would just say at a high level, you've seen a lot of agencies, not just cities but COGS as well, talk about the need of additional housing and their impact on utilities, and not just water but electricity and other utilities as well. And that concern is also equally there. And just because agencies can zone for things does not mean it's necessarily able to be built. And so that is one of the background conversations to the ongoing dialogue about housing in the state of California.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you again, Jennifer.
Anyone else have any questions? All right. Thank you again, Jennifer, to you and your department for your innovation and for your great customer service. You guys rock. Thank you for being here tonight. And we will all do our part to start conserving water.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks. All right, that takes us to public hearing, which tonight we have none. And next item is consent calendar. Items 7 through 15 can be approved by one motion. I understand that Mayor Pro Tem Boyer would like to make a comment about items 13 and 14. Mayor Pro Tem?
Karen, in lieu of the late hour, I am going to withdraw that request. We have a lot of other more important things to discuss.
Hey, thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Take a pick.
With a chorus
Yeah.
of people that I heard. So I think I'm just going to pick Boyer and Friedendahl. So motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to member agenda items, which tonight we have none. That takes us to unfinished business. Item 16, discussion on alley parking. Mr. Raymond, I turn it over to you.
And I will turn it over to Chief Egan, who has the honor this evening of going over some of the alley presentations.
Yeah, happy to do so. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. It is 9:43, and I promise not to belabor the point. Next slide, please. Just real quickly, provide a high-level background of how we got here. March 9th, 2021, council meeting. Councilmember Boyer requested a report to talk about how early morning parking restrictions were applicable to alleys. That led to further discussions, and on May 11th, I presented a report to council and to the community on alley parking, but strictly was limited to early morning parking. After that discussion, staff was directed to move forward with status quo, which was essentially allowing parking in alleys, non-enforcement of the overnight parking requirements in alleys, and allow us to continue to facilitate solutions when we have problems when we encounter those issues. Next slide, please. Those discussions led to a community conversation, which was hosted by myself, many other staff members, including the city manager. We had about 55 community members who participated in this, as well as representatives from LA County Fire and Athens Trash Services. Our goal was simple, is to provide an overview of parking, discuss the recent concerns about alley parking. We've had a lot of community input, both through council and through staff connections about certain parking issues that are being brought to the forefront. And also presented some photos and to show some some ideas and some options and alternatives. Tonight, I'm going to talk about a little bit about that, just brush high level really quickly about concepts of alleys, and also do some takeaways from that meeting. And then at the conclusion of this meeting, I'm going to seek council direction to see where we'd like to go from here. Next slide, please. So the community meeting, there's a copy of our flyer. We, like I said, did a general overview of applicable municipal codes and other statutes related to alley parking. Summary of what we've done so far, discussion on parking alternatives and some options. As I stated, public safety concerns, both fire and police and Athens were discussed. Community petition process, future plans and options. And we allowed for a good, robust time at the end for Q&A to talk about issues. Next slide, please. So quickly, just to brush over this again, an alley is defined in the California Vehicle Code. It's a roadway not exceeding 25 feet in width, which is primarily used for the rear access or side entrances of abutting properties. Glendora has 6.2 miles of alleys. It touches roughly 982 residents. Some of those are multifamily units, duplexes and triplexes and such. So that number is actually a little bit higher for usage. Alleys generally range from about 15 feet. Those are the east-west alleys, and 20 feet wide north and south. They're non-directional, non-striped, not delineated or otherwise marked. Prima facie speed limit in all alleys, and it's not posted, is always 15 miles an hour. And presently, there's no municipal code that regulates any alley parking such as time, distance, location, width, or otherwise. Next slide, please. Two quick maps. Map number one, go back one, please. Map number one is color coded. It's kind of hard to see, but there's green, yellow, and red. Green in the legend is 0 to 2 vehicles parked. 3 to 7 is the yellow, and 8 or more vehicles parked in alley segments is in red. You'll see that there's a good mix of those, both in the northwest portion of town, a little small piece off of Foothill, a little bit on the east end of town, and then the next slide, please. And then again, in the south end of town, we have a couple of sections which have higher density of alley parking. Those are the ones listed in red, including one section in green. Next slide, please. City regulates parking and restricts parking overnight on all public streets and roadways. That's, like I said, known as early morning parking. That's again, Monday through Friday, 2 to 4 a.m. You can buy permits, which provides an exemption. You can do that nightly, up to multi-nights, and then residents that require long-term parking solutions based on the type of property they have and the number of vehicles at the location can apply for yearly permits. Based on our municipal code, alleys are treated as streets. However, as stated, we have not historically enforced overnight parking rules in the alleys. There are no other time, distance, or other restricted municipal codes related to alley parking as stated before. Next slide, please. From our perspective, police calls over the past 5 years, we've had 184,148 calls for service. That's citywide. And of those, 57 were calls about parking in alleys. And of those 57, more than half were construction vehicles, delivery vehicles, visitor vehicles, or neighbor vehicles that were involved. The remaining amount were ones that were either gone when we got there. We were able to determine that there was no violation, or simply the calls were canceled. Only one of the calls for service involved the vehicle blocking access to a garage, and that car was ultimately towed because we couldn't handle locate the owner. And all the other calls, like I said, normally are handled fairly informally without any enforcement action. Takes us a little bit of time, but running the license plate, door knocking a few houses, trying to mitigate and mediate the parking situation has proven successful up to this point. But it's clear from the community presentation that and what brings us back today is to evaluate whether we need to institute some rules or regulations. And so that's why we're here with council tonight. Next slide, please. To survey the alleys, staff used a survey firm. They did car counts. We wanted to get an accurate picture of what it looks like, both day use, evening use, middle of the day, end of the day, kind of front half of the week, back half of the week. We did that on the 17th and the 22nd of June by our engineering firm, and it averaged about 173 vehicles that were parked in the alleys. Following right now are some examples of cars parked in scenarios in alleys. Elvia, as you click through these, just kind of slowly roll through them. I don't want to take a lot of time belaboring the point, but these are examples of cars both on public property and improved and unimproved alleyways that we have throughout the city. Some have cars that are on the right side or the left side, different directions, multi-cars, different widths. Some have construction vehicles, some have power poles and trash cans. There's easements, there's gas meters, trees, overhangs, landscapers and other service techs use the alleys for parking to stage, home repairs and remodels. This was a good example of a blockage that we discovered. This is obviously a resident on one side and a resident on the other. One side is having some construction work done. And also the picture on the right is a cement truck that was actually delivering a load of cement in there. And they had a flag person there monitoring traffic. Next slide, please. So one of the other things we undertook and presented during the community conversation was what other agencies do. So, you know, it's no secret that, you know, if you're looking for examples, you just survey your neighbors. And so there's a lot of different regulating code out there with different cities. I'm not going to read each particular one, but they all have variations. Azusa and Pasadena are listed on this page, which have both time and distance requirements. So you can't exceed 20 minutes parking in the alley, and you have to leave at least 10 feet of unobstructed access. Those are good examples, and they're just different wording, but basically have the same tone, which is they're to be used for loading and unloading of people and materials. But you can't park there past 20 minutes, and you got to leave 10 feet. Next slide, please. West Covina, Covina, and Laverne, these are also good examples. Slight variations. Covina is an interesting one, is that they prohibit all parking in alleys other than loading of persons or materials. So you can drop off groceries or have construction products delivered to your house. But they do offer an exemption to a particular alley. I don't know the factual basis behind that, but their council, when they enacted this code, left this alley untouched by this actual parking regulation. Let's see, Laverne is a good example too. It has the combination of two, which is you can't park with less than 10 feet of width. And it adds in there the free movement of vehicular traffic, and no person shall stop, stand, or park a vehicle within an alley such to block a driveway to an abutting property. So that's an added condition in there, probably responsive to a community member's needs. So these were just presented. These are a sampling of 5 of about 15 that we gathered. All, like I said, have different variations to regulate parking in alleys. Next slide, please. Our takeaways. So at a staff level, we noted a couple of great things. Obviously, we provided information. It was fairly well received, and we seemed to get an appreciation from a lot of the members that were there, that they had an opportunity to discuss and present their questions and items. Overall, I would say, and Adam probably back me up on this, but there wasn't strong arguments either way for or against. More often, people ask questions of, if we did regulate parking, what would it look like? And how would that affect me? One takeaway I remember is a community member asking, you know, if he wants to do some vehicle maintenance in his alley behind his house, how could he do that? How would we go into alleys and ensure that people are using the space that is allotted to them on their property? Meaning, is their garage used? Is their driveway or their easement used, so that they can be on their property as opposed to the alley? There was a lot of back and forth, and we were in agreement that property lines are difficult to identify a lot of times in alleys, both when they're improved and unimproved alleyways. Next slide, please. 2 more takeaways that came out. A unified set of parking rules, if established, may be difficult. We have a particular section in town, the south end of town, that has red curb parking or signage on the street. The houses along Gladstone, those are the houses on the north side of Gladstone from Bradford all the way to Valley Center. They have no front street parking. So the only place they can park is either if they have a driveway or a carport or a garage, depending on when their home was built or how it's constructed. The remaining parking for those homes and those community members is in that alley. And that's where that high density red spot was on that second map that I showed. So we need to be careful that if we do go down the road with council direction for some type of regulating authority, we need to be cognizant of how this is going to affect those who have no front street parking where other communities or residents may. And also, just as I said before, we acknowledged and took away that different cities have different approaches to alleys based on the unique needs of that area. As I stated, you know, Covina is one of those good examples that did have unified code throughout the city, but did allow for an exemption or an exclusion to that rule for a particular place. Next slide, please. From the fire department perspective, they acknowledge that all of our alleys are non-conforming, but they're conforming to their standards, but they don't represent safety concerns at this point. Chief Inman talked about polling the fire stations, all the captains in town, checking to see if they've had any access problems in the alleys, and they reported none. They did report that 10 feet of width is enough. They'd like more, but 10 feet enough is room for fire apparatus to move through there. And that seems to be a fairly consistent width. We see that written into our neighboring cities' codes. Every minute counts. They talked about it from a safety perspective. And so while they had some access issues in the past, they couldn't provide anything more recent. Most of the calls for service, they respond on the street side. However, they talked about growing development of accessory dwelling units or, granny pads in the pack. And so they don't know what the true impact of rescue calls or fire-related service calls may be where they need to access the alley, but 10-foot clearance is maintained and they can do so with that distance. And again, they collaborate with us and work with the city on any access issues when they do come up. Next slide, please. Athens offered the same. They talked about from street sweeping and trash pickup, noting that there were a few locations in town that were difficult to navigate, but they didn't interfere with service. Some of those navigation issues are cars, some are overhanging trees. We learned that the Athens trucks need about 14.5 feet of height clearance because of that, the apparatus of swinging the bucket and how tall those rigs are. And so when they do find some issues in that, they do reach out to us to get trees trimmed and make notifications to owners. They again talked about 10 feet of width. They can operate in that category. They run the alleys and then go collect cans and do the dumping. There's no additional cost incurred for changing any routes or making any changes to that. They were on the call and didn't have any real access issues. And if they do, they work with us when they do arise. Next slide, please. So presented, there's a few options that council can undertake. One is status quo. We can elect to not do anything, keep the current practices in place, allow parking in the alleys for day and night, and any issues we would handle them case by case. We've heard from community members and council members that that gray zone is problematic. And so we've offered some other options for you to entertain and discuss, which would be to define and restrict all parking in alleys. So you could disallow all parking. That would, all of these would require some time for staff to not only develop the code, but make community notifications and determine how displacing those particular parking alley parkers was going to impact the city. You could also modify and do a parking allowance similar to the Covina, or to add in 10 feet of room. So allow parking, but require that there be distances set forth so that if a parking problem was brought to our attention, whether it's perceived or a true parking problem, we could go out and have a definitive measurement that we could measure against and determine if we have a violation or not. Next slide, please. Finally, a hybrid. So it's, basically looking at disallowing alleys and parking in certain areas of the city while allowing it in others based on certain criteria. And that certain criteria might be the example that I presented, which is the Gladstone parking situation where there's no front street parking. We could develop a preferential parking zone. That, of course, would require some residential approval and a petition process. But we could follow the models of other cities. basically, we're at your disposal. We're just looking for some direction. Or finally, City Council could choose a totally unique approach, something that that you individually or collectively come up with and present for us to investigate, and then we could return to council with a proposed timeline and how that works for our incorporation into our strategic plan, and also messaging to the community members, because this will impact some people. Next slide, please. So that concludes my report today. Like I said, goal was to report back the takeaways from the community conversation on alley parking, provide those high-level ideas of options, and really put it back on council for to provide staff direction, and let us know what you'd like to do and how you'd like to proceed. Adam, anything to add before we start taking questions?
No, Chief, I appreciate it. I think the overview of what happened during the community meeting is accurate, and we followed up with various people that were there to get their understanding as well. Appreciate the presentation this evening.
Thank you. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. At this time, before I bring it back to council, I will open the public comment time on this item. So at this time, public comment is open. Anyone wishing to speak, please use the raise hand icon. Do we have anyone at this time wishing to speak?
So far, we had nobody raise their hand via the Zoom meeting to discuss or to give comments on this item.
Okay, seeing none, then I will close the public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Thompson.
I thank you. I will give my time to David. We were in briefing this morning, he and I, Adam, and I believe that I can support an idea that he had. So in the interest of time, I would yield my time to him. Thanks.
Okay, well, with that little teaser, then we're all waiting to hear what he has to say. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Well, all right then. Thank you, everybody. And I think after 4 months of discussion, this certainly is not a non-issue. We need to address it, and we need to give some direction and help. So in looking and learning myself and driving around and observing many of the examples of parking and personal property stored in alleys and things, I hope we as a community can realize the back of our house is as important as the front of our house, and we should give it some similar attention and not just ignore it. So I do have a motion I'm ready to prepare, but I'll defer to if anybody else has comments before we offer that.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Well, a couple of things. First, I need to clarify a couple of things on the staff report. I want to make sure that at our May 11th meeting, the council did not give direction to continue to not enforce overnight parking in the alleys. I believe our direction was to continue to give PD the authority to use their discretion on that. Not enforcing that was a PD policy. And the only reason I bring it up is important because future councils sometimes, and we do it all the time, we go back to previous council meetings to look at things as we're going to make decisions. So I think it's important to clarify that. And the other thing was, my initial concern wasn't really about the overnight parking. It was about cars that were parked blocking half of an alley. And again, it appears the way that our ordinances and things are written right now, it doesn't seem like we have the ability to enforce that when we have cars that are in that position, even though they still may leave space for somebody to drive around them. So I've got one sort of crazy idea, but I'm curious to hear what David has to say. And the idea is that if cars are parked on the side of the alley, it is not really an issue, and we never know whether or not they are 100% on their own property or not. So the idea of somehow or another marking the center of the alley, we don't have to survey all of the properties to know exactly where the property lines are. But I think we'd have the ability to leave a space about 10 feet or about 12 feet open in the middle of the alley and enforce parking if anybody was parked out or inside of those lines. So that would always leave a 12-foot opening going down the middle of the alley. The other thing, because again, I'm not an expert on parking and I'm not an expert on a lot of things, so I always look to the experts. And I had an opportunity to talk to a couple of different people who are experts on parking. And the alley parking is the issue of the moment, but we have a number of other parking issues in the community of Glendora. We've got people have concerns about parking in the village. We've got concerns about parking coming up in the Gold Line. We have the state putting parking requirements or the lack of parking requirements on future development. The issues that we're dealing with people when they build ADUs and not have to require off-street parking for the ADUs. And I would like to suggest that maybe we need to reach out or at least put out a request for a proposal to get an idea what it would cost to have an expert in parking take a look at our parking ordinances and requirements and come back and advise us on some ideas at a future meeting. So those are just a couple of ideas that I have, but I'm curious to see what David has to say. So that's really all I have for right now. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawaz.
Thank you, Matt. You did a nice job on your report. I differ a little bit on some of your conclusions, but overall, the meeting on the 29th was really well put together and very professional. On page 311, the last paragraph states that alleyways are not being patrolled by intercon security. The only streets and roadways are patrolled. However, per the staff report, alleys are considered roadways. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, they direct all of their, intercon directs all their attention to the normal roadway issues. If a alley parking conflict, or let's say we have a blockage issue, intercon will get dispatched to that issue. What they don't regularly patrol for is overnight for the early morning parking. They only provide proactive patrol for enforcement of the early morning parking on the normally traveled streets and not including the alleys. But for regular calls for service, for any kind of blockage or such, they do respond on those.
Okay, so that's kind of confusing. So sometimes they report they patrol roadways, including alleys, and sometimes they don't. But basically,
Well,
only on the call if someone calls to patrol or to do something on a case by case basis. Then.
Correct.
I think an easier way to think of it is historically the status quo or the policies that have been in place for many, many years with alleys is different than your typical roadways. And the overnight parking in those alleys have not typically been reviewed for parking as a normal roadway. With that as the general rule of thumb, any issues that arose for blockage, then either PD or the consultant would be called. But I think it's important to view everything in the context of historically for many, many years, this is how the city has proceeded.
Okay, for interest of time, I've got 3 pages of notes and I'm going to try to run through these things as fast as I possibly can. It's a late hour, but I want to be able to get the meat of the bones out there.
Are there questions that have been answered already?
No. So in the vehicle code book on 21100 through 21118, there's several items in there basically saying that we can't put an ordinance out there that will keep or impede anyone from traveling. And they also include alleyways. So you may want to look at that section there. As an example, no ordinance or resolution adopted pursuant to this section shall prohibit the delivery of freight by commercial vehicles. And they also have others in here, such as no ordinance or resolution adopted pursuant to this section shall restrict access to certain members of the public to the alley while permitting others unrestricted access to the alley. So there's things of that nature that I think come into play. On our website, it's as the following: residents that have alleys behind their homes need to make sure that all vehicles are not parked in a manner that would impede access by sweepers and public safety vehicles that may need to have access to the alleys. Residents should also ensure that trash cans or other objects are within the property and not impeding access to these vehicles. And something that I came across and found, which was interesting because it's only as of late, that based on the first conversation that we had, meeting we had on the 11th, it's per the Glendora Police Department's yellow warning notifications, which is, if I can show it right here, I don't know how well it's going to come through. I mean, you might be familiar with it. It didn't come through very well, it's too far back. They have about 8 boxes that can be checked, and it cites vehicle code 22651B. And it says on here, it says vehicles parked obstructing traffic on the highways or alley are subject to removal. And there's a box on here. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but the date of the form number is a GPD-P-31. And so in the actual vehicle code, it says if the vehicle is parked or left standing upon a highway in a position so as to obstruct the normal movement of traffic or in a condition so as to create a hazard to other traffic upon the highway. So we actually referenced this, that we can actually remove a vehicle based on Glendora PD policy. And then one of the timestamps that on the meeting we had here on the 29th on 14.28, no code regulating alleys except for early morning parking that is enforced in the alley only doesn't exist, but we have this, so I'm confused. And then the timestamp 1754, no overnight parking was intended. Overnight parking was intended for aesthetics, street sweeping, and safety values, and we had talked about that before. So I think the intent of no parking in the alleys is basically for safety. I'm not going to go through all of them because they're all time-stamped. I went through the video several times, but Battalion Chief Richard Stilwell basically wants 20 feet is what he pretty much stated in his statement here. Said they would, obviously acquiesce to 10 feet if possible, but to your point that you articulated about ADUs, garage conversions, things of that nature, they would like to have the extra space, and they say the time is of the essence, and they do use the alleyways. When calling the refuse service, they also in the dispatch say they need 13 to 15 feet working space, and that's what VP Brian Joss said. And he said, quote unquote, we need a wider berth. And then it was obviously clarified or corrected that they can do with the 10 feet as you so reported. So the other question that or concern that I have going forward is that when we have the ASLs, the automatic side loaders that is going to be coming to Glendora sometime in the future, they're going to get away from manual pickups. Not sure if they're still going to be going down the alleys or not, but the dispatch for Athens says they need 16 to 18 feet to operate. So this is going to be quite interesting if they still utilize the alleys, and they're going to be able to, and they need, as reported, 16 to 18 feet. It is also stated from Athens that without prohibition, on the parking there, it does make their life a little more difficult. So as a recap, the fire department does like to have 20 feet unobstructed, clear to the sky. ADUs and garage conversions does complicate the issue. Fire department does use the alleyways. Fire department has had accessibility issues in the alleyways, and does cause time delays. Athens needs 13 to 15 feet. They're going to say they're going to do it within 10. Well, let's see. Side loaders need 16 to 18 feet. Debris in the alleys have encumbered trash collection efforts, and maintenance and utility workers and safety personnel required by law must have unencumbered access in the alleyways. And so the takeaway, I got a different takeaway from this. And in closing on, there are 3 strong arguments that were made on this, but the participants were very polite. I think we can all agree upon that. There were issues and frustrations dealing with the parking in the alleyway, such as Brittany exaggerated to make a point that she needed 75-point turns just to get out of her carport. Regina had issues with parking during street sweeping and trash collection pickup days, as well as emergency access. Again, very polite, but had access issues due to parked vehicles. Erica had mentioned that she had issues with uneven application of law on who must purchase a parking permit and who doesn't. Adrian had issues with the church on Carroll and Glendora blocking access to the alleys. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that the council needs to act. Good laws make for good neighbors. So hopefully I got through this quick enough, but that's all I have to say at the moment. Looking forward to David's motion.
Council member, if I can clarify a couple items that you went over really quick. The California Vehicle Code is different than the cities of Glendora Municipal Code. The police department uses the California Vehicle Code when citing various infractions. And I think overall in the staff report and as we indicated there, that always when possible, we talked about the distances, the minimum requirements for a public safety access, not in best case scenario. We've talked a lot about in a best case scenario, what everyone would do, more officers, more staff, more things with the goal line, for example. So our goal is to provide an updated and overview of the requirements. 10 feet exists in a couple other municipal codes. That limitation exists to allow for access. It is not a representation of best case scenario, nor do I think that's how it was represented in the meeting. But Chief, anything else you'd like to clarify in the difference between the municipal code in the city and as it relates to the California Vehicle Code and how those two instruments are different?
But as a clarification before the chief jumps in, we do reference the 22651B for parking in alleys. We do follow
Correct.
that.
So, correct. And during the meeting, we talked about one of the instances where we had a vehicle blocking a residential property that generated 17 of the 50 some odd calls, and that vehicle was removed. So I think we do use the ability to address issues with the California Vehicle Code. It's not necessarily in our municipal code that regulates parking itself.
Yeah, and to clarify that the warning that you're indicating on your camera screen and that section that you quoted, that's dual purpose. Obviously, it's meant for both alleyways and roadways or highways. It's for vehicles that are left unattended or blocking or the normal path, as you state, of movement. Alleys, though, are non-directional. So if a person parks in an alley on the right side or the left side of the alley and there's still room to get past that vehicle, that wouldn't be considered blocking the alley. Access is still available. Is it optimum access? No. Is it clearly codified in our municipal code what that distance requirement or what that minimum distance is? No, it's not. That's a lot of the reasons why we're here, and I can hear it clearly in your voice that you want some structure to some code because the gray zone is driving everybody nuts. And I'm reading that loud and clear. The vehicle code is designed for us to remove a vehicle if we need to. If we found a vehicle in an alley that's quote blocking, we would not write a parking ticket on it and drive away. We would have to remove it. So we would have to have the vehicle code authority to remove that vehicle. We have to have some kind of legal basis for the removal for that vehicle. We can't just arbitrarily tow vehicles. By the same token, though, it has to be blocking. It has to be blocking another person's driveway. It has to be blocking a traffic lane. If we come across a vehicle that's broken down and unattended and is in the number 2 lane of Route 66 and cars are slowing and having to swerve around it, that would constitute that violation and we could tow that vehicle for blocking the lane. So the answer is yes and no to both. We don't have it clearly delineated in the municipal code. And yes, we can use the vehicle code if needed, but many times the vehicle code is not applicable to what parking we're seeing or what the perceptions of certain blocking are.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, Chief, and I think you hit the nail on the head with the clarification. In this case, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes people view parking or blocking in their own personal lens and not necessarily the legal lens. or what's included in our municipal code, and perception sometimes of an individual doesn't meet the legal definition. And so I think providing clarity where we can would help offset some of those issues.
Great. So thank you. So it seems like we're in agreement that we need to do something. Perfect. That's all the questions.
Councilmember Friedendahl, please speak up.
All right. Hope this hits the nail on the head. I move that we establish an ordinance prohibiting vehicle parking and property storage in or on city alley roadways, including trailers, and or personal property extending beyond private property onto or into public alleys. Exception shall be extended to licensed vehicles where no on-street parking is allowed by posted signage. At all times, a minimum 10-foot wide clear access must be available for emergency and service vehicles. Temporary parking shall be allowed for temporary parking shall be allowed for loading or unloading not to exceed 20 minutes. We have a time factor there. We have some distance factor. Yes.
As we unpack that motion and allow your colleagues to ask questions, we're combining two of the salient points that you've made throughout this discussion, both parking in the alley and then things stored in the alley. Those would there be any wiggle room, depending on the conversation of council? Staff may have a difficulty addressing the storage of personal property on those items because of how the lines are drawn and other existing codes that are already existing. Would you consider the potential possibility, pending your council member colleague comments, of separating those two items? Chief, from a code enforcement standpoint, I know storage of items and trailers and parking is an entirely different subject altogether here.
Yeah, well, the problem is that it's easy to regulate something with a license plate or VIN, right? And a trailer or an RV or something like that vehicle, those are all same. So if we enact some kind of code or regulation that says you can't park or you can temporarily park, or however the language is determined and whatever we agree upon down the road, it's going to be applicable to a trailer or to an RV the same as a car. Where I struggle a little bit is what is the definition of property, and then how would we regulate that? What things are we identifying as property? That would probably have to be a separate section or looked at from a different lens, probably from like a code compliance or code enforcement lens. But
I would
debris.
I would agree with you on that. And I would define property as probably things I shouldn't leave at my front curb.
Before I ask the city attorney to weigh in on the best way to go forward with this, we are now at 10:25. Our curfew is 10:30. So we need council to affirm that we can continue beyond our curfew.
So moved.
Second.
Yes.
Okay. Any objections to that? All right, then we can proceed. But Mr. Winder, given the nature of what Mr. Friedendahl is asking for, is there any part of that we can proceed with tonight, or what is your recommendation?
I think you can proceed with the entire motion. My issue is, I think we can come up with a definition of the storage of property. I mean, we do that for our camping ordinance, for example. But the issue there is storage in an alleyway. I heard from the staff presentation, from the chief's presentation, is that we don't have clear boundary lines. We can only prohibit the storage of personal property in a public alley. So we're driving down the alley and we see 4 old television sets sitting in the back of a home there. How do we know that those 4 old televisions are sitting on public property and not sitting on private property? And I suppose we could regulate, we could prohibit the storage of, that gets into the code enforcement area where you're talking about junk. We shared with you not too long ago a property that we think is turned into a hoarding property. It's got all kinds of personal property illegally stored there. And I'm not sure we would need to expand that concept to just an alleyway. If you've got 4 broken TVs sitting behind your house, on whether it's in a public alleyway or on private property, we could deal with it from a code enforcement perspective.
If I could make a suggestion of an amendment to your motion, David, maybe the motion could be amended to state that we direct staff to come back with a suggested ordinance based on the guidelines that you outlined. And then we could.
I think that's inherent in the motion. We'll have to come back with whatever you all tell us to come back with.
I would agree. And when I reference personal property, and I didn't even think of dead televisions, but you drive down and you see trash cans askew, or gee, I cut a tree stump down and I threw it over the fence to lay in the alley. That's what I'm thinking.
So if you did that in your front yard, the chief's code enforcement guys would come out there and say, get rid of that tree stump out of your front yard, or cut those weeds down, or get rid of the. Yeah, we can do this. I'm not sure. My initial reaction is I'm not sure you need a special provision that deals with, for lack of a better term, junk stored in an alley.
It would be.
I think the intent of your motion.
Yeah, it sounds like the intent would be a so typically in code enforcement, we're reactive based on complaints that come in, generally speaking. It sounds like the motion would include a proactive review of the alleys and code enforcement in the alleys, in addition to the parking.
I don't hear that. A neighbor would have to complain. If you got 4 old junk TVs stacked up behind your house, a neighbor's going to have to be unhappy with it and call code enforcement. We simply, most cities don't have the resources to drive up and down an alley looking for junk.
Well, and that was going to be my concern, was the same issue exists now that, we have in our code about not leaving your trash cans out, but there's still people who leave their trash cans at the curb. But I would hope that Glendora PD is busy doing other, initiated enforcement rather than looking for who left their trash cans out. So I think we want to be careful on how, particular we get with that.
Olvia, do you mind going back to the picture that shows the road that's in really bad shape? It's a wider alley that appears wider. It's actually 20 feet wide, but it's just really difficult to determine the boundary lines.
But as you're doing that, we're going to go back to the same situation that if we don't have guidelines, then PD can't follow, or code enforcement doesn't have any reference point to follow. And then it's still up to PD on their discretion of what they're going to enforce and what they're not going to enforce. If we have nothing, then they have no discretion.
When it comes to...
So the answer to that is the police always have discretion, always will have discretion. It's called prosecutorial discretion. They enforce the laws in the interest of justice.
But if there's absent of any laws or ordinances, what are they going to enforce?
Well, again, we need. I think Councilmember Friedendahl's motion is asking us to craft an ordinance. The question in my mind is, do we need to do anything special in the alley for personal property? Councilmember Friedendahl was way too nice. What he's really saying is, how do we get the junk out of our alleys?
I think we're talking.
I think we're talking across purposes. Under our code. Pardon me?
I think we're talking across purposes. I think we're all in agreement with going forward. It's just how we craft the language.
I would disagree with that.
I think Councilmember Alvis, what we're trying to determine is the 2 distinct issues that are raised. One is vehicle parking in alleys, trailers, and the second is the other half, which is stuff. Using this As an example, this roadway where certain setbacks and other issues occur and some's private and some's public, trash cans could appear both in the alley and could be visible, but on private property here. This is an example where that trailer is partly on private and partly on public, but it is not behind a 6-foot fence, as sometimes is required if a trailer.
Right. So my reaction to the trailer is if we have a prohibition that you have to hide your recreational vehicles and trailers, that's a code enforcement issue. That's not an alley issue. They may be doing it on an alley, but it would be no different if they did it on their driveway in the front yard.
And David, we're not trying to confuse the issue. We're just trying to make sure that we get your recommendation and council direction nailed down so we know exactly what to come back with.
I actually, Councilmember Friedendahl, I actually agree with the city manager. I think let us tackle the no parking and the exemptions, and let us think about the issue about junk, for lack of a better word. And if we think we need to do something differently than you can already do in code enforcement, we'd bring back a recommendation to you.
Okay, I will move or amend the motion to focus on vehicles and allow for review for some code enforcement possibilities on private property. Does that work?
I like the more detailed part of your motion. I think if you just reiterated your motion minus the personal property issue, I think if you can get a second and consensus, then we're off to the races.
Would you like me to read it back?
Yes,
sure.
please.
You're a better reader than I am right
Yes.
now.
Okay, so then it would be an amended motion to direct staff to craft an ordinance prohibiting vehicle parking in on city alley roadways, taking into consideration property beyond private property onto or into public alleyways, exceptions, and postage and minimum of 10-foot wide clearance access.
Yeah, that's not very clear. Actually, the motion itself, as you read it, was very clear.
Okay.
I think, did you write the motion down, Councilman?
Yeah, I've got it. I have it.
Read it again.
Okay. Establish an ordinance prohibiting vehicle parking in or on city roadways. I'll strike the trailer because that's a vehicle. Chief will agree with that.
Okay.
On city alley roadways, extending beyond private property onto or into public alleys. Exception shall be extended to licensed vehicles where no on-street parking is allowed by posted signage. At all times, a minimum 10-foot wide clear access must be available for emergency and service vehicles. Temporary parking will be allowed for loading or unloading, not to exceed 20 minutes.
Okay, that's a good motion. Is there a second?
I'll move.
I'll second. Okay.
Oh, Gary can.
Okay, so that's second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer then, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Can I ask, are we voting this into law or are we giving this to staff to tinker
We'll have
with?
to bring an ordinance back to you.
And
All this is direction to craft something to bring back. to
Okay. Yes.
And the final analysis that comes back, we'll talk about the streets that would, or the alleys that would allow for parking and identify those on a map.
Okay.
Based on the
Thank you. Yes.
so that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0.
Thank you. And Chief, just one other question to clarify. It's been brought up a couple times this evening about permits and people needing to leave their homes. are we still offering the online option for people to purchase permits?
Yes,
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
you're welcome.
So does that mean that at 11 o'clock at night, you wouldn't have to leave your children, but could apply online for a permit?
Correct. Assuming you have a printer that you can print a piece of paper and
Right.
put that on your dash.
Okay. So that, I think, answers a concern that you heard earlier tonight.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Not an in-person process, it's an online process.
It's optional. You can do either one, whatever's
Right,
more convenient for the end user.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to item 17, award professional services agreement for as-needed civil engineering and inspection services for Gold Line Light Rail Transit Phase 2B for JM Diaz Inc., part of strategic plan item. And at this time, I will invite Public Works Director Allison Sweet to report.
Mayor and council members, this item is to award the professional services for oversight of the Gold Line project to JM Diaz Inc. as it affects the public improvements within the city's public right-of-way. Next slide, please. As you heard earlier, JMD has provided the city with engineering support services since 2017. They oversee the monthly coordination meetings, California Public Utility Commission diagnostic meetings for the 9 at-grade crossings within the city for safety. They also review the PUC applications to verify that they meet the needs of the city. And JMD assisted with all city departments in the light rail transit station coordination. The design build contract between Foothill Gold Line Authority and Kiewit Parsons required our review and coordination with the plan review and daily inspection. As stated earlier, we want to get it correct for our city. Next slide, please. JMD proposes to continue to provide project management, design review for city roadways, bridges, traffic signals, lighting, drainage, and underground utilities. JMD will manage the citizen complaints such as signal timing, wait times, traffic control, and detours at the at-grade crossings. They have reviewed over 1,000 plan sheets for the city-owned right-of-way improvements and have reviewed over 40 public works encroachment permits. With their technical expertise, we will have improved drainage, traffic signals, including one that will be built on Foothill. They will provide services for the city encroachment permits. Again, the citizen complaints such as traffic timing, traffic flow, and daily inspection of our city requirements. Next slide, please. This is another slide showing the services to be provided under the contract. I know it was brought up earlier about different meetings, and there are bi-weekly design meetings with the authority and with the design build contractor. And there's also weekly construction coordination meetings. Next slide, please. Here's just a list of the typical items that are being inspected to meet the City of Glendora standards and providing us with daily records. Next slide, please. JMD has been instrumental in coordinating very timely responses to the design builder, KPJV, with unforeseen construction challenges, such as that you may have recalled the finding the asbestos pipe under the Glendora Avenue crossing. Everyone reviewed and coordinated for the possibilities of encountering this similar thing on the next crossings and came up with a game plan, just to name a few. And JMD just finished managing the repaving of damage to Fawn Valley, a cul-de-sac, and utilizing the proper asphalt thickness and area in order to bring our street up to, or to fix the repair. And then JMD also has coordinated a couple of betterment requests. One is the Pasadena water line, which we will be bringing before council. And it will cost the city approximately $200,000. The Lorraine pavement betterment request was no cost to the city, but if you recall, soon after we paved Lorraine, the San Gabriel Valley water came and was going to cut up Lorraine. So we had the Gold Line extend their improvements to take care of that additional cut in the new pavement. Next slide, please. JMSD services were ramped up with the double shifts to shorten the closures and included weekend inspection and nighttime inspection at various locations. Basically, they provided assistance to keep the project moving and lessen the intersection closure lengths. They've implemented a weekly field coordination meeting with our smaller water division, which now allows better responses and coordination with the contractor. Next slide, please. What benefits does the city and the whole Foothill Gold Line team see with these professional services? And that is we get reliable staff support. JMD has project knowledge and history. They've taken many roles with the light rail and their technical expertise, among other things. They've been responsive to immediate response times to address and avert any safety concerns. We have worked very closely. It's been a good team with the authority and JMD and KPJV to have increased confidence and trust. And just for example, like I mentioned, they reviewed over 1,000 plans. They've reviewed over 171 design submittals, 45 requests for information during construction, and then helped facilitate 40 construction and traffic control permits, all keeping the city's needs in mind. Next slide, please. The outcome of these services in coordination with Foothill Gold Line and the design builder contractor will provide the city with well-done public improvements, including looking into our future with utility sleeves installed now for any future needs. This contract is for 3 years for approximately $400,000 with 2 one-year additional options if needed. And then slide 10. So this highlights the recommendations to City Council. And I also have Ivan Salvatierra from JM Diaz Incorporation to answer any questions. Thank you.
With that, I bring it back to the council. Councilmember Alawas.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
No questions, but is Ivan working the graveyard shift tonight? Thank you.
He has before.
Councilmember Thompson.
I would support this. The only thing that I would like to see if we could do is the council approve the extensions as they come up, just to make sure that we're happy with what's being done. If we can't do that, I will still support it. But if we could, then I would like that.
Councilman passed the original 2-year, or passed the 3-year term and then asked for council approval subject to the 2 one-year extensions.
Right. You know, if we could, I mean, I don't want to throw a monkey wrench into it.
Staff would be happy to do that with this dollar amount. We'd be more than happy to do that.
But that's all. You know, I think it's a good deal.
We'll need to tweak the contract slightly.
Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions on the contract tonight, but I do have one question for Allison. The traffic signal at the corner of Foothill and Elwood, do we have an ETA on that?
I have Ivan. He and I were texting each other earlier today. That's the one that needs, I think, traffic loops. I'm sorry, we were looking at 2 locations today. And so that may take, some time. I can get back to you with the exact time on that.
Okay, just with Glenwood being closed and the additional Gold Line construction traffic, that intersection has been problematic. But Anyway, yeah, I would appreciate an update at some point.
If I wouldn't mind.
Adam, didn't that get tweaked once?
Yeah, and I know it's been a long day for all involved. I'll just read back. I'll remind Allison of the text she forwarded to me this morning when she updated us on the issue. Elwood and Pasadena were reviewed. Pasadena has bad loops and is as a failing APS push button unit. That's what's causing it to activate without cars. With Elwood, 10 more seconds were added to the southbound direction.
Right.
The loop replacements may take a few days for replacement, but again, the loop replacements are on Pasadena, and on Elwood, we added another 10 seconds to the southbound traffic.
I'm sorry, my question was about the new traffic signal that's going to be installed at Foothill and Elwood.
What was your question again? I'm sorry.
The traffic signal, Allison, at Elwood and Foothill.
Oh, the timing, I understand that is actually under the same phase. My understanding from Gold Line is that will be under the what I would call the third phase when the station is going to be built.
Okay, so it's a ways off.
Yes, sorry.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We asked that when we spoke with the Gold Line the last time, and I remember that's what the answer was.
Yeah, it was part of the betterments, but Mayor Pro Tem will get you a better ETA and timeline. And given the conversation on that specific item as it relates to the potential extension in the comments by the Gold Line, that other work may be spread out. If money's found, we'll definitely get the better date framework on that.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to.
Okay, I'll second.
Well, it would be a motion to approve staff recommendations, except that staff recommendation 2 would be amended to require council approval for up to 2 additional one-year terms.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I hear a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Thompson. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item 18, new business, award of contract for citywide janitorial and parks litter services. And Assistant Public Works Director Michael Sled to report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here tonight. This evening, I'm here to present on the recommendation to award a new contract for citywide janitorial and parks litter services. Next slide, please. This basic timeline provides some background on the recent contract history around these services and the timing of this RFP process. The city has historically maintained these services under a combination of separate contracts and staff. At the moment, United Maintenance Systems currently provides facility janitorial services under a contract dated in 2015. Prior to May 2020, park restroom and litter services were provided by a combination of Valley Maintenance Corp. And park staff. In March 2020, shortly after COVID-19 was declared a national emergency in the US, Valley Maintenance notified the city requesting a blanket increase of 36% to their service costs and provided sufficient notice required by the contract if the city declined to terminate as required by the contract if the city declined to do so. The city opted not to increase at that time and instead entered into a stopgap agreement with AMV Environmental Services to provide services until such time as the city could successfully procure a new long-term provider for a single merged contract. Initial RFP attempts received minimal interest from bidders, likely because of the difficulty of scheduling adequate site visits due to COVID-19 restrictions at the time. However, with the lessening of restrictions, we went out with a third RFP process and staff were able to successfully conduct site visits with interested vendors. Next slide, please. For a very broad overview of the scope, listed here are the sites that would be covered under the new agreement, which includes 13 facilities, 10 park restroom sites, and all 24 parks for litter service. All locations would be receiving elevated cleaning services relative to what is currently provided. Additionally, several services formerly provided by Parks personnel who transitioned to streets maintenance positions will be covered, including park restroom maintenance at the Equestrian Center and Big Dalton Campground, park litter service at the Equestrian Center and the roadside parking area on Glendora Mountain Road, and daily cleaning of all outdoor drinking fountains. The savings from these former parks positions will be helping offset the increased contract costs. Next slide, please. As mentioned, that's the old version, sorry. As mentioned, staff conducted RFP process for these services twice previously, but struggled to generate interest in bidders. In April, however, with lessening COVID-19 restrictions making it easier to conduct site visits, the city released another RFP and ultimately received the 3 bids shown. After reviewing the bids and contacting references, staff recommends awarding the contract to United Maintenance Systems based on their bid, providing the best value to the city. United Maintenance Systems has also provided facility janitorial services to the city of Glendora since 2008 and is thus anticipated will smoothly transition to providing these added services due to their being already familiar with many of our locations and amenities. On a different version of the presentation, I listed out the accounts that the money is available in. 126,480 would be coming from the facilities budget out of the general fund. 230,772 would be coming out of the parks budget in the general fund. 19,800 would be coming from the recreation budget out of the general fund. 21,120 would be coming from human services out of the general fund. And then 5,400 would be coming out of the water fund. Next slide, please. In conclusion, it was on that one. All right, you can go on to the next slide. In conclusion, staff recommends that City Council approve the items as shown. Please note that the recommendations have been updated based upon the contractor's request to waive the performance bond requirement. This request was unfortunately received too late to amend the staff report, but City Risk Management was consulted and indicated this particular type of service contract does not require a performance bond, and the city attorney in turn indicated that the contract may be amended accordingly pending council's direction. Apologies for the unanticipated late change. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you. I'll bring you back to council. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for your report. I have one concern or one question. These bids are really far apart. Is there any concern on the city side about how far apart they are? I mean, usually you get a good bid when you're within about 20%, and this is nowhere near that.
Not personally, I'm not. My experience working with United Maintenance is that they're really easy to work with and that they follow direction well as long as it's provided and there's close, careful staff oversight. That'll be one of the things we really want to keep a close eye on as we head into the new contract, is to make sure that it's actually being executed like it is, and that if it's not, we're able to respond accordingly and potentially go back to one of those other bids if we're not getting the service that we wanted.
How do you perform that oversight?
With inspections, just with the staff that are available. They're at multiple locations, so it'll involve coordination with the different people who are seeing it up close and personal. We could potentially create some inspection forms and have them do those to kind of have a heavy hand on it, but mostly with staff watching things.
Do they, in some facilities, some places, they have sign-off sheets of when a certain bathroom or area was cleaned? Do we do any of that?
I don't know if we have them at City Hall. I'm not familiar with exactly what all the other locations do, but we could certainly implement something like that.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Michael.
Councilmember Thompson.
I would support this. I would offer my same thought as I did last time, that the extensions be approved by City Council and Michael. On section 1.9, additional services, say for instance, the big event that we had on Sunday there at the park, could we have had additional assistance to make sure that the restrooms were cleaned, supplied, or how does that work?
Yeah, the intention of that is to where we have sort of a la carte flexibility to get additional services if we needed, not just for events like that, but let's say we have some kind of occasion where additional cleaning is needed due to, you know, whatever you may have it, where we have the flexibility without having to go out and try and find 3 bids or something to where we can respond to it quickly at established pricing.
Okay, just, I just think that we need that because there are events that we have that we will need assistance with. So thank you.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michael. Great program. I look forward to the improvements in service, and hopefully it simplifies Public Works life a bit. So I approve this.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move items 1 through 3.
And I
Item
would
number
second
1 will
that.
need to be, item number 1 will be amended in 2 respects. That the maximum 3-year annual extension options must be approved individually by the council, and the council is authorizing the waiving of a submission of a performance bond.
So moved as amended.
Second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Thompson. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to item 19, discussion on Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon's directives and County of Los Angeles Measure J. Mr. Raymond.
Last item of the night, everyone. Good evening. I'll give a presentation. I can already see some individuals raising their hand to speak. So just a quick reminder that public comment will be held after the staff presentation when the items turn back over to the mayor and before council deliberation. So one of the items before we start, apologies for all the text on the slides. This is one of those items where a robust background is involved. Staff report that's in the agenda packet this evening includes many attachments, including a couple lawsuits, both on some of the directives and Measure J itself as well for background. One of the things I've always been impressed with the city of Glendora is its ability to take a wide view of an issue and provide a substantive and well-documented overview of an issue. So unless you've been hiding someplace, you've seen the discussion on the directives by the new DA from LA County, George Gascon, and we hope to pair that with a conversation on Measure J this evening and talk about potential next steps. And with that, Elvia, next slide, please. It's just a quick background. The LA County DA is an elected official established by Code Section 26500-43 and is responsible for the prosecution of criminal violations of state law and county ordinances. The DA's office prosecutes felony and misdemeanor crimes in unincorporated areas in 78 of the 88 cities, including the city of Glendora. Next slide, please. DA's office has legal responsibility to execute laws enacted by the voters and the state legislature. These laws, as we've talked about in the report, numerous locations, protect the public, uphold prosecutorial policies, and promote equal justice. DA also oversees investigation, apprehension, and prosecution of offenses in court. Next slide, please. Current DA was elected during the November 3rd, 2020 general election, capturing 54% of the overall vote and defeating incumbent DA Jackie Lacey. In the city of Glendora, current DA received approximately 40% of the vote, or about 9,500 votes, wherein the incumbent received about 60% of the vote and about 15,500 votes. Next slide, please. Throughout the election, then 2020 candidate and current DA, a campaign on promises to eliminate racial disparities in the criminal justice system. And we've noted, while these are worthy goals, certain reforms have been seen as undermining local law enforcement's ability to effectively police communities. We have included as attachment A in the item in the agenda a comprehensive list of the reforms and directives that are included in detail. We will highlight a couple of them this evening. Next slide, please. As Special Directive 2006 pretrial release policy, and these are again not in full detail. There's other pertinent facts to some of these included in the attachment to the staff report. Sets forth new policies and protocols on pretrial release and the use of cash bail. The Special Directive prohibits DDAs from requesting cash bail in any misdemeanor, non-serious felony, or non-violent felony offense. Next slide, please. Special Directive 2007 misdemeanor case management, and one we'll talk about in more detail this evening with the impacts on the city of Glendora, states that misdemeanor charges shall be declined or dismissed before arraignment and without conditions unless exceptions or factors for consideration exist. These include trespassing, disturbing the peace, driving without a valid license, driving on a suspended license, criminal threats, drug and paraphernalia possession, minor in possession of alcohol, drinking in public, under the influence of a controlled substance, public intoxication, loitering to commit prosecution, and resisting arrest. Next slide, please. Special Directive 08, and just a forewarning, this is a two-part with some changes. This is sentencing enhancements. Basically states that enhancements shall not be filed in any case and shall be withdrawn in pending matters for any prior strike enhancements, including the Three Strikes Law, STEP Act, which is the gang enhancements, violation of bail, and firearms. A speaker earlier this evening talked about this special directive in a little more detail. Next slide, please. The special directive was amended partly in light of a lawsuit, but also to address some community concerns. The amendments state that the DDAs may pursue allegations, enhancements, and alternative sentencing schemes for hate crime, elder and dependent abuse, child physical abuse, child and adult sexual abuse, human sex trafficking, and financial crimes. Next slide, please. Special Directive 2009 Youth Justice states that youth accused of misdemeanors will not be prosecuted. If necessary and appropriate, youth accused of misdemeanor offenses and low-level felonies will be referred to pre-filing community-based diversion programs. Youth will not be charged for crimes involving property damage or minor altercations with group home staff, foster parents, and or other youth in the youth if the youth's behavior can reasonably related to a child's mental health or trauma history. Next slide, please. Special Directive 2012 Victim Services establishes new policies when that division will be put into place, including contacting all victims of violent crime within 24 hours of receiving notification, contacting families of individuals killed by law enforcement, and provide support services. Will provide support services for all others harmed by violence and crime, regardless of immigration status, reporting, cooperation, or documentation. Establishes a victim emergency fund, and will not require cooperation as a condition of offering services. Next slide, please. Special Directive 2013, a conviction integrity unit. This establishes something known as CIU, related to case review, access to discovery, investigations, and claims of wrongful conviction and case resolution. The database will track official misconduct, including the names of law enforcement officers found to have committed misconduct or whose testimony has otherwise been proven to be unreliable. Next slide, please. Special Directive 2014 resentencing. The DA's office will seek to review and remediate every sentence that does not comport with the new sentencing enhancement and juvenile policies. There are some criteria listed in the special directive that talks about the order in which this will occur for those who are interested. Next slide, please. The next slide, Elvia, please. So with the opposition and reading those, the city closely monitors the Association of DDAs and the lawsuit that's currently before the Second Appellate Court. We included this information as an attachment, and currently the trial court ruled that portions of Special Directive 2008 that prevented the DDAs from pleading and or proving prior strikes as required under a penal code section is unlawful. Next slide, please. Also, the court ruled special directives violate penal code section 1385 and 1386. The court enjoined blanket policy against sentencing enhancements and also enjoin Special Directive 2008-2 that we spoke about, that the special circumstances and in quotations will not be used for sentencing. While these rulings have been appealed, the current DA has indicated that they would adopt the judge's order on an interim basis. Next slide, please. Currently more than 28, and I believe there's one more this evening, so more than 20, it's either 25 or 26 of the 88 cities in LA County, including cities in the San Gabriel Valley of Arcadia, Azusa, Diamond Bar, La Habra Heights, Rosemead, San Dimas, San Gabriel, Temple City, and Whittier, have adopted votes of no confidence in the current DA's leadership of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. Other cities such as Monrovia and Muscovina have taken a different approach and issued letters of opposition to the DA's directives. These letters tend to be a little more detailed as opposed to the standard language that's in a resolution. Next slide, please. And again, the city of Glendora and its staff have been actively monitoring the effects of the special directives. As of June 30th, 161 cases have been rejected, citing Special Directive 2007 misdemeanor case management. Of those 160 cases, approximately 84% rejected involved narcotics-related offenses. The remaining involved trespassing violations, which are mostly homeless individuals. And we've had a couple driver's license related offenses, including being intoxicated in public and delaying providing false information to a police officer. Next slide, please. While these special directives, and this just goes to say the law enforcement or law enforcement professionals in the police department, no matter what's put before them, and no matter how the special directives impact us, the city's worked hard to maintain and continues to have a robust relationship with the DA's office. This historically effective partnership has allowed the city to continue to be successful in collaborating with the DA's office to assess any law enforcement filing needs when special circumstances present themselves. Next slide, please. With that as background, we'd like to also talk about Measure J, which many parts go hand in hand. If you've heard the DA speak at the various events and answer questions, one of the requirements is always, okay, if we're not going to prosecute some of these crimes and have pre-trial, try to have a diversion, what are the funding sources and what are the programs in place to handle this? Measure J is quoted quite frequently in those discussions, and we wanted to provide a little background. I think many individuals may have forgotten this was part of the November 2020 general election, in which Measure J was presented that said no less than 10% of the county's locally generated unrestricted funding shall be allocated to, and a portion of the measure states the disproportionate impact of racial injustice through community investments such as youth development, job training, small business development, supportive housing services, and alternatives to incarceration. Next slide, please. Measure J passed with 57% of the vote in LA County. In Glendora, Measure J was not supported by voters, about the same percentages as the DA vote with the current DA and the previous incumbent. These are about the same, about 16 and 15.5 before, and about 9,000, for this one, and it was 9,500 for the current DA previously. Next slide, please. In November of 2020, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors adopted the Measure J revenue allocation process motion and directed their CEO to establish a 17-member Measure J advisory committee. The committee was charged with advising the CEO on developing and implementing an inclusive and transparent process and develop and present spending recommendations to the CEO and then the board. Next slide, please. Along with the directors, or excuse me, I should say directive, they're also talking, in addition to the items below, alternatives to incarceration and anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion initiatives already undertaken by the county. The work of the committee was to include developing a spending plan, creating a spending plan development process on how items would come forward in future Measure J cycles, and coordinating with county departments to develop a detailed budget request in line with the identified community engagement priorities and Measure J goals. And a little more information about what those goals and priorities are on the next slide. The work of the advisory culminates in funding recommendations. The categories are which youth development and education, workforce development, small business development for minority-owned businesses, rental assistance and housing supportive services, capital funding with housing, community-based restorative justice programs, pretrial non-custody services and treatment, community-based health services, non-custodial diversion and re-entry programs. You'll see common themes between this list and some of the special directives we've talked about this evening issued by the current DA, George Gascon. Next slide, please. The city is also closely monitoring another piece of another lawsuit moving through the courts, and this is the coalition of county unions versus Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. In mid-June, a Los Angeles Superior Court judge issued a ruling which blocks the implementation of the voter-approved Measure J from taking effect. It's important to note what actually occurred is the ruling does not include the intent of the measure, but rather focuses on the underlying authority of whether or not an initiative can strip an elected official body of their official fundamental roles of making law and deciding on a budget, essentially akin to someone telling the city of Glendora City Council how they must spend their budget. To address this lawsuit and tentative ruling, next slide, please. The Board of Supervisors not only voted to appeal the ruling, but also indicated that they intend to carry out Measure J's intent regardless, because again, the lawsuit focuses on the mandatory allocation of funding, not necessarily the priorities established in the measure. And in fact, the County Board of Supervisors has already proposed a $100 million allocation for programs in line with the measure's Care First, Jails Last priorities. Next slide, please. So would like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the city of Glendora and what it's done for its residents from a public safety standpoint. Public safety has always been and remains a top priority for the city of Glendora. The city police department's mission is to prevent crime by safeguarding our community and enhancing the quality for all, which is partly accomplished by providing the highest level of public safety through professionalism and community partnerships. Next slide, please. Over the past 24 months, the city's continued to provide additional services to the community to offset a number of issues that we've had over the years. The issues before you this evening are just the most recent rounds from other state and local propositions that have been passed previously. We've leveraged technology to further aid our apprehension and identification of criminal behavior, such as the automated license plate readers recently adopted. Staff has worked diligently in the past year to hire and train new police officers, which has been an issue for many years prior. This is an additional, in addition, we've also added 3 officers to the city's budget, and most recently in the most recent round of budgets, 2 additional dispatchers. Next slide, please. With improved staffing levels and the emergence of the COVID pandemic, the community members will have already seen a visual cue of the additional services. We had the return of the community impact team, homeless outreach services teams, referred to as both HOST and HALO, with slightly different reasons why they go out there, as well as a mental health evaluation team, otherwise known as MET. You know, despite any of the special directives, the Glendora police officers are still initiating good enforcement stops, investigating crime, and as always, providing safeguards in our community. Next slide, please. So possible council actions, we move forward. This one is longer, and this one kind of goes hand in hand with what the city council historically has done since I've been here, and is to look at a multi-step process and how we address an issue. And in this specific case, other communities have, and we would look at a recommendation through a letter to the DA, office expressed the city's concerns. The option would represent an effort to work directly with the DA's office by leveraging long-standing relationships and acknowledging that Measure J may also have impacts on the city of Glendora and the Los Angeles County. This effort may help identify areas of mutual interest and press the county for necessary funding. For example, additional funds to address drug abuse, mental health. Further, as the city awaits the appellate decisions on both court cases noted in the presentation this evening, this is an opportunity to potentially de-escalate an increasingly more combative relationship between city's police departments and the DA's office. Next slide, please. City Council could direct city staff to prepare a resolution declaring no confidence in the current DA, considering a future council meeting, and that is DA George Gascon. The City Council may also evaluate the option to participate in either case discussed in this report this evening via an amicus brief. And additionally, the City Council may take a multi-tiered approach, a combination of actions. For example, the City Council may direct staff to write the letter that we talked about, specifically asking the DA's office to review the current cases that were rejected, to work with the staff to identify programs, for example, and funding opportunities through the county, to reevaluate their own directives in light of the concerns shed by not only us, but others. The letter could also indicate the city's support for the DDA lawsuit against the special directives. And then pending the outcome of that, the City Council could direct staff at that point, pending how things went, direct the city staff to draft a resolution of no confidence in DA George Gascon. The City Council may also take no action at this time. Next slide, please. And with that, Mayor, we asked the City Council receive an update on the directives, the status of the various lawsuits from both the DDA Association and the Coalition of County County Unions, and to discuss and provide further direction to staff. From a staff perspective, we've begun to draft a tentative letter. Be happy to share the more details this evening if that comes up, which would offer an opportunity to have a more lengthy and detailed analysis of our opposition to some of the directives and concerns for public safety as a first step. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I will open the public comment on this subject for individuals to speak on this item and this item only. And I see that we do have individuals with their hands raised. If there's anyone else that wishes to speak on this item, I would invite you to use the raise hand icon and you will be called upon when it is your turn to speak. Deputy City Clerk, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We've got 6 requests currently to speak. We're going to ask Joseph Trevizo. I'm sorry. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. You've got 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joseph Trevizo. I'm a constitutional rights advocate, and I'm 16 years old. Today, I prepared a letter for the Council and the Chief of Police declaring 2 recommendations to the Council. Good evening, Honorable Chief of Police and Honorable City Council, Madam Mayor and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. After meeting with multiple police departments and police representatives, chiefs, captains across the regions, it is my recommendation that by the 31st day of July 2021, that the Glendora Police Department and the Glendora City Council draft a letter to the county CEO that requires executive action against the district attorney's office for official misconduct and failure to prosecute misdemeanor and felony crimes. There has been an influx in crimes, in violent crimes across the county, including a 95% rise in homicides and a 7.8% rise in violent rapes. Looking at the trends from Glendora, it seems that about every year Glendora is is under state average for different crimes. But within recent years, they have been above state average, and I believe auto thefts and things like that, things that are not being prosecuted by the DA's office. So the thing is, with sending a letter to the DA's office, is the DA has already said clear, I don't care. He doesn't care about your vote of no confidence, and he doesn't care if you send a letter to him. Therefore, I, Joseph B. Trevizu, recommend that the council give George Gascon a vote of no confidence and send a letter to the county CEO requiring executive action against the district attorney's office. There are multiple cases that have been affected by this, including cases of child abuse, such as the case of Gabriel Fernandez, the 8-year-old boy who was murdered in Palmdale by his mother and his stepfather. They beat him to death. A prosecutor proved beyond a reasonable doubt in a courtroom that they were guilty. They give Asaro Aguirre the death penalty, and they give the mother life in prison. Now the mother requested that her sentence be overturned, and she receives a lesser sentence. I think we can all agree that what she did to Gabriel Fernandez was inhumane and disgusting. As Judge George O'Malley said when presiding over the case, that he would call it animalistic, but even animals know how to treat their youth. George Gascon didn't even send a brief into the courtroom to deny it. The prosecutor, Jonathan Hatami, went into that courtroom and denied it himself. He asked that the judge deny the motion due to the fact that she already pled guilty. Now, mind you, if she hadn't did that, there's a possibility that she would be out in a couple years. There are multiple other cases affected by this, and council, I ask that you accept my recommendation, send a letter to the county CEO requiring executive action, and vote no confidence in him. Your city safety is up to him, and let's be frank, the quality of life in LA County already sucks. As if it can't suck anymore, the DA has to go do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ryan Seneff. Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My predecessors and public speakers have given a great many reasons why this council should vote yes on a no confidence motion in George Gascon. But allow me to add one more. A couple of weeks ago, I was at the meeting for San Dimas with a similar motion. Originally, the DA's office planned to have a representative there, but they pulled her at the last minute, and instead offering the City Council a meeting in private, to which the San Dimas City Council said no. What astounds me is that he's not there at these meetings. He doesn't care. He doesn't, it's all for him. It's all about him, not about our cities, not about our businesses, not about our communities. They would arrange for a representative, but then pull him back last minute, as I said before. Instead, inviting city council members for a private backroom meeting to dance the Los Angeles River two-step. Well, I think it's time our city tell Mr. Gascon, Glendora won't dance. Please vote yes on a motion, George Gascon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seneff.
Justin Seneff.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Justin Seneff, and I am a registered member of the Democratic Party. I am not, however, supportive of my party's blind support for the dangerous and harmful rhetoric and actions of our district attorney, George Gascon. The claims that this recall effort is purely Republican is, in a word, erroneous, to say the least. It is also erroneous to say that support for legitimate criminal justice reform, which is needed, and support for this recall effort of our district attorney are mutually exclusive. In view of the facts, including the exponential rise in hate crimes this year, I would argue they are rather mutually inclusive. In our own backyard, the majority of our victims and their families who have been continuously sidelined in the Gascon administration are those of Hispanic and African American heritage. And I find it would be dishonest for any Los Angelino, Republican or Democrat, to claim to be an ally for our minority communities and continue to support George Gascon. So I too would like to add my voice in respectfully requesting our beautifully bipartisan City Council to add their voice to the dozens of our neighboring chartered cities and taking a vote of no confidence unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Seneff.
Thank you. Judy Nelson.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. And I know that you guys are going into the very wee hours of the morning, probably. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate the care that you're taking with each of the items that you're considering, not rushing through, even though it's becoming really late. Since DA Gascon has taken office, I have attended 2 meetings, which the keynote speaker has been a practicing LA County District Attorney who is strongly advocating for the recall of their boss. We heard earlier tonight from DA Angela Brunson, and she is one of many DAs who are courageously speaking out about the concerns they have with DA Gascon. There's a group called the Families of Crime Victims, which has been formed, and they are leaders of the Recall Gascon movement. They have the following statement on their website. George Gascon's failure to protect our most vulnerable communities is a complete dereliction of his foremost duty as a district attorney. What he is doing is not criminal justice reform, it's the outright destruction of our criminal justice system. We heard tonight about the weakening of so many crimes, of punishment for crimes and no punishment for misdemeanors. Criminals are being arrested and being put right back out on the street. And I know that our officers have had experiences of rearresting them numerous times in one day without consequences to them. With Gascon's directives, our jails and prisons are being emptied. And where are these criminals going? While Gascon talks about prison reform, most criminals are not going into treatment for mental health problems, nor are they going into work treatment programs. Many are becoming homeless on our streets, looking for money to support their habits and continuing to commit crimes. Earlier today, I asked Chief Egan for Glendora's crime statistics comparing January to June 2019, 2020, and 2021. I was pleased to see that in 2021, overall, our crime rates remained fairly consistent with previous years. Recently, as City Manager Raymond mentioned, the LA County Board of Supervisors has taken action to move money from their Sheriff's Department to social treatment programs for people. And many other cities in LA County have voted to defund or partially defund the police. Our council has not done that, and I want to thank you very much. I think what you've done is help our police department, our fine police department, keep our crime rate down. Tonight, I urge you.
Mrs. Nelson, your time is up, so if you could wrap it up.
I have one more sentence, thank you. I urge you to adopt a no confidence vote in District Attorney Gascon or any of the other options you have except option 5, which is not to do anything. And I clearly hope that you would not choose that option. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen Roseberry.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address the council. My name is Karen Roseberry, and I am urging a vote of no confidence and supports of this resolution as the option that the council should take. I know that sometimes it can be challenging to wade through the choices that are available before you and to make a decision, especially one that might be perceived as largely symbolic. But this really is an important effort by city councils that have been being taken and continue to be taken to hold other elected officials accountable. And we believe that there is a clear overstepping of Gascon's authority far beyond the scope of the district attorney as he's trying to change the law, which he was not elected to do, and nor is it within his power to do so. As the district attorney, his job is to enforce the law. It's to enforce the law as the voters have voted on it and as the legislature has enacted it. In fact, even in the very same election in which he was elected, the voters spoke loud and clear. In fact, louder and clearer than they voted for him in regards to the reinstatement of cash bail. And that has been disregarded. And so as we look to sometimes the rebuttal to this of he was a duly elected official, elected officials still are accountable to the people and are still to uphold the will of the people. And the will of the people was clear. It is clear, and it continues to be clear. The will of the people is also clear when it comes to the laws that are not being enforced, whether it's the quality of life misdemeanors that are not being enforced, or whether it is special enhancements that are not being included on crimes where there have been additional charges that would be warranted, or whether it has to do with the sentencing directives, where again, the people have voted clearly about these issues and the legislature has also spoken, and the need for the sentences as they currently are within the legislature. If there needs to be a change, then it needs to be a legislative change and not one by one individual in an executive position who is far overreaching the scope of his authority. And as city council members, we implore you to hold him accountable and serve as a check and a balance upon him, much in the same way that states and the federal government work as a check and a balance on one another. The city officials can work as a check on a county official who is out of control. Even if it might start as symbolic, it can be a catalyst, and it can be empowering for the people as they may also take action to hold him accountable in other ways. But for all of these reasons, would just seek and desire with the utmost and the strongest of support, a vote of no confidence. And I thank you so much for your time, especially as the evening is getting late. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Cynthia Gabaldon.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for taking this issue up. There are many people who are not actually available to speak tonight. One of them is actually a locally affected family. In San Dimas, there is the Baker family, and 6 weeks ago, the murderer of their son was actually released out of San Quentin. The only reason why he was actually released was because of Gascon. Gascon actually now forbids the DAs to assist the victims' families during their parole hearings. The families are alone in these hearings now. They're actually not allowed to do a presentation or to question the comments made by the prisoners. So this murderer was actually released after a minimal time in prison, less than 15 years. That is just one of the many stories out there. On behalf of that family, on behalf of other local families, please vote no confidence on George Gascon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we've got Kathleen Cady. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to address you and to encourage you to vote no confidence on George Gascon. I'm a retired prosecutor from the Los Angeles County DA's office, and I worked out of Glendora. I'm now assisting crime victims in response to Gascon's policies, and I've provided pro bono representation to about 70 crime victims since January. Many of them are murder victims' families. His blanket policies are really re-traumatizing victims and their families. His policies don't allow for appropriate gang, weapon, and gun allegations to be filed. And this affects the bail that is set, which results in dangerous individuals being released from custody. It also affects the sentences that defendants can receive. His policies affect quality of life crimes. He will not prosecute most misdemeanors, including trespass, disturbing the peace, driving without a license, driving on a suspended license, criminal threats, being under the influence of drugs, and loitering for prostitution. His not prosecuting these crimes results in criminals being empowered, and his policies have resulted in a crime spike in LA County, specifically in violent crimes. His youth justice policy is that he will never prosecute minors in adult court, and this even is if the minors have committed horrific gang murders where they've killed more than one person. Because of that, they can only stay in custody until they're 25. And what this means is that, again, they're empowered and they know that there will be little consequence for executing people. The families that I have represented have been devastated by his policies. Unfortunately, he is unwilling to reconsider his policies and continues to direct prosecutors to violate the law. He is disrespectful to victims and belittles them. He will not meet with victims or their families, but he meets with defendants and their families. I and other victims' rights attorneys, as well as victims, urge you to have a vote of no confidence, and we urge you to join the other over 20 cities that have put a vote of no confidence on their agenda and have voted no confidence for him. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, are there any other raised hands?
No other requests to speak on this item.
Thank you. With that, then I will close the public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Alawas.
You know, I have no words for the behavior of Gascon, what he has done and the terror that's out there. I do applaud our speakers tonight. They are very articulate with their compassion and and directive to have us act. I have several questions that I can maybe ask staff. And Adam, you did a really good presentation. You provided a lot of information out there. What is the status of the special directives? I know there's the lawsuit and there's the appeal process. Really, what is the status of those special directives?
I think Bill's still on the call with us this evening. The majority of the lawsuit deals with 2008 and some of the sentencing enhancements. If Bill's on the call, he could maybe provide a little more detail on that.
The answer is, except for those special directives that are subject of the Los Angeles County Superior Court injunction, the remainder of the special directives are in full force and effect.
And how many is that after over all of them that we have?
All but 3, as I recall.
Are in force?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the other questions, maybe I can merge them together, and this is for our chief. How has Glendora PD been dealing with the new directives and pivoting to keep us safe? And as a follow-on to that, you can answer both as, how's our relationship with the DA that's assigned to us in our city? Perhaps you can address those two for me.
Yeah, just a high level, Adam touched on it when he talked about the steps we've taken, both leveraging technology with license plate readers, adding staff members, being aggressive with our approach to hiring and fulfilling my goal of making all full-time positions filled, which would increase our exposure in the field, basically more boots on the ground, CIT, Met units, Host and Halo and such, added a detective. So in response to that, we navigate the best we can. When we encounter a person who is arrested for one of these criteria, one of these conditions where special directive will likely not be filed, we still make that arrest. We still follow it through with the prosecution because there are exceptions to those special directives that our filing DAs do have some authority to do filings on. And that's based on obviously the seriousness of the offense, but also the repetition of certain offenses and where those offenses are occurring. So we have the luxury of having a really, really strong relationship with our district attorney's office. And so when we encounter those repeat customers, or when we have a particular problem, or when a special case presents itself, we take the time to navigate it and find a way to steer a path to a better outcome. And so we've undertaken that several times. And then also we have not undertaken it. There's been one-off cases where we've made arrests for drug possession or certain violations. And obviously it removes that person, we arrest them, we seize the evidence. If it's a trespassing case, it does remove the person from the situation, allow it to stabilize, allow emotions to calm down, and then they would be released. They would be released regardless of a special directive, but the follow-up prosecution and the conviction of a prosecution would not occur based on the special directives.
So on some misdemeanor cases, we can prosecute on our own. Have we entertained any of that?
No. And I'd have to have Bill interject on this point. In order for us to prosecute a criminal misdemeanor, meaning our city attorney doing that in the county court system, we'd have to have an agreement with the district attorney to do so. There's a lot of mechanics behind the scene, in the sense that if we did undertake that, similar to the city of Los Angeles has a city prosecutor, and certain other larger cities have city prosecutors, such as Pasadena, and I believe Long Beach does. There are some really heavy mechanics behind the scene and costs. When we assume that prosecution and that person is incarcerated, we then will pay that bill, following through with that person with incarceration and whatever comes from that. And when we don't, when we have our agreement with the district attorney to prosecute those cases, the sheriff's department assumes jurisdiction over that person, if convicted, to handle incarceration. So it's a little bit of a challenging road to go down at this point.
So it's kind of cost prohibitive.
The city can prosecute its own municipal code misdemeanors. State law misdemeanors can only be prosecuted with permission of the district attorney. So what makes you think the district attorney, who doesn't believe in prosecuting misdemeanors, is going to give us authority to do what he doesn't want done? It's just not going to happen. Putting aside the elements that the chief has talked about, the threshold question is, we would have to have permission from the DA to do that, to prosecute state law misdemeanors.
Last question, Chief. How's the morale of police officers in this situation? In this situation?
In this situation, obviously, they're concerned because, they make an arrest. That arrest is cited out, which would, like I said, be handled normally. Misdemeanors are not retained in custody. But when we would have a frustrating scenario is when we see the same person doing the same thing over and over again. And going back to my original point, there are times when we have special cases where we can take that to our local filing DA and work with the district attorney's office to seek prosecution in certain cases. Not all, but in certain cases, there are some allowances for that.
Thank you, Chief. That's all the questions I have in the moment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Adam and Chief, also for the presentations. I think that while we certainly don't agree with the DA's choices, and it's difficult to accept, I do believe that out of respect for our police officers' work and the relationships they have with the DA's office, not trusting the DA to not retaliate, I think the smart choice for us is to take a step process and to declare our dissatisfaction, but willing to get review before we make the final check. Because I think we've then made a statement that we're willing to be proactive on making a positive solution. Puts us in a good posture. So I would support one of those directions.
Thank you. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And I want to concur with what Michael and David has said. I certainly am appalled at many of the actions that the DA takes. And yet I believe in the sage advice and wisdom that I believe Adam has shared, and in terms of our relationship with the person that we personally work with each and every day. And I believe that a tiered approach and a reasonable approach is best served at this moment in time, knowing and understanding that a ultimate vote could come that would lend itself to expressing what we have just heard from these 6 or 8 folks that shared. And I want to say thank you to each one of them for taking the time at this late hour to express their heart and their thoughts, which I agree with. But I also think that that we need to attempt to work it out, see how far talking and some conversation will enable us to, go. There are a couple of lawsuits that Adam has talked about that are out there, and I think it's fair for us to wait and see the outcome of those. I think it's fair to see how soon that Measure J will either happen or not. And so I am supportive of either option 1 or a combination of option, I believe, 4 and 1, and taking that step and keeping the leash somewhat short and entering into talking. But if that does not appear to be working for us, then coming back and discussing this more. So that would be my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Again, I'll just ditto appreciate the fact that we have residents so frustrated with this, they're up to almost midnight to discuss it with us. We agree with you, but there are issues involved. And I look at what we're dealing with, and we're running a marathon. We're not running a sprint. There's a recall effort on the district attorney at this point. Those involved in the recall effort, we have until October 27th to secure 579,000 signatures. Once the signatures are gathered, they have until December 8th to certify that they have enough signatures in order to put the recall on the ballot. Once the certification is in place, the election takes place 60 to 80 days after the certification, which means the election is going to be, if the recall goes to an election, it will be taking place sometime in February, maybe early March. As all of these steps take place, we need to understand that there's a possibility that this could not happen, and we will still be working with the district attorney that's been elected by the residents of Los Angeles County, and we need to be able to do that. We need to keep pressure on the DA's office to let them know that we are not comfortable with a lot of the decisions they've made, and we have a number of options available to us. Personally, taking a vote of no confidence in July is not going to be remembered at a February election. And so I like the idea of us having a strategy to take a tiered approach with a variety of different actions that we can continue for a period of time to make sure that the district attorney knows that our goal is to keep the residents of Glendora safe. Joseph mentioned another option tonight that hasn't even been addressed and hasn't been discussed, and I don't even know if that's an option and if it would be legal. But it's other things out there that we could possibly move forward with. So my thought tonight, and I'd be ready to make a motion when ready, would be to start with a letter And because we're not having another council meeting for 30 days, I would like to request that the mayor and mayor pro tem be authorized by the council to review that letter before it gets sent out. But that's not a motion yet. Wait to see what Karen has to say. Thank you.
Well, I'll second your motion.
Okay, then I'll make it a motion that we take option number 1 as a first step, with the mayor and mayor pro tem having the authority to review the letter before it's sent to the district attorney's office.
That's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, a second by Mayor Davis. I'm going to take a roll call vote.
Can I ask a question? Do we have
Sure.
a leash, do we have an opportunity for a next step or a leash opportunity to a short rein on that? But then maybe-
Councilmember, if I may, just from a staff follow-up perspective, what we heard is the motion for the initial part of the letter, but then also as a multi-step process to evaluate that over the coming period of time. And I would assume that would be a report back to council on the status update at a certain time and potential additional steps up into including a vote of no confidence resolution if necessary. If that would be okay with the group.
Can we
Well,
put up? Can we
What's
put
being
up all
recommended
motion?
tonight is just a first step.
Right.
All other options will still be on the table for
And can
future
be
discussion.
decided upon later.
Can we put all 4 recommendations up at the same time?
Sure.
Can you split those out, Elvia? There's 4 recommendations. There's 5 recommendations in total.
5 total. Okay, so we've got this
I
one.
think we have a motion and a second.
Well, we're in discussion, Karen.
Yes, I know, Mr. Alawash.
So,
I'm just reminding you.
So the first one for the group, and if I can, Councilman Alawas, if an Elvia has, go ahead and Elvia put the 4 other ones on the screen. The first one is a letter acknowledging and talking about our disagreement with some of the directives. I've heard a lot of the council members this evening to also talk about the lawsuit on the directives and how we're supportive of the attempt to limit some of that directives. The other alternatives then would be independent alternatives, would be a potential resolution vote of no confidence, evaluating the potential to join an amicus brief. Item 4 would be a combination approach. For example, a letter and a potential vote of no confidence pending our analysis of the review. And then item 5 is no action, which really isn't an action, but in essence it is.
So are
So we
we,
have a motion and a second on the floor, so
so are we
unless somebody's
saying,
going to offer an amendment to the motion or a substitute motion,
so are we saying that the item 1 that is the motion, is there, can we go back to that, please?
Go
Item
back-
1,
Item 1, sure.
the motion,
The motion, okay, yes.
which is item 1,
It's just an option, yeah.
it's an option there.
it's a recommendation for
Right.
option number 1.
We have been moved.
You're talking about,
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
so that is the current motion then on the floor. So we'll take a roll. Does anybody want to issue an amendment to that motion? Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Winder, for all the time and effort that you put into gathering the information and helping to try to explain all of this. Chief or Mr. Raymond, any further comment on that?
I'll start off. I'd just like to thank council for courageously tackling the subject. I know a lot of communities are, and a conscientious approach is welcomed. And we are going to continue the good fight and doing good police work out there. And I thank you for this conscientious approach at this point.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Raymond?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us to member and staff closing comments. Any other council members have any closing comments?
Well, I know it's extremely late, but we missed an extremely important issue that should have been brought up at the beginning of the meeting. I want to welcome our new Assistant City Manager, Moises Lopez, to his first initial council meeting. We made this one a short one, Moises, just for you. We made sure we got done before midnight, but I know it's late. Everybody wants to go home, but Moises, if you could just say a few words and in 30 seconds, tell us about yourself, I'd appreciate it. So people can at least see you and hear what you have to say.
I appreciate that very much, Mayor Pro Tem. I will be brief given the length of tonight's council meeting. I very much appreciate the opportunity to kind of briefly introduce myself. I'm very excited to be here. I most recently served in Riverside as the Deputy City Manager, overseeing several functions for the city, including finance, general services, library, museum, housing authority, homeless services, and intergovernmental affairs. And having joined, this is my third week with the city of Glendora. I'm very excited to be here. I'm even more excited after having met several of our team members and learning about what's going on and what's on our horizon. When you combine that potential with the vision that all of you have laid out through your strategic plan and the investments that are being made through our budget, I'm very confident that the future of Glendora is very bright, and I'm hopeful that I can play a positive role in that process for the next few years. So thank you all for the warm welcome. Have had an opportunity to meet all of you and chat with you, and I expect and hope that those conversations will be ongoing.
Well, welcome, Moises. Glad to have you on the team. And because tonight was so long, we're going to give you the next 2 council meetings off. So we'll see you on August 24th. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. For kicking tonight's meeting off by leading the pledge. We appreciated that you helped us start it off tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other staff members that have any comments, or any other council members that have any closing comments?
Just briefly, Mayor, if I may, just to appreciate the council's attention to some pretty major items this evening, 3 of which required some substantive input from the council and some hard decisions. And we're appreciative of a dialogue on our virtual dais here and the input from the community. We'll get the draft letter out to both you and the Mayor Pro Tem by no later than tomorrow, which is in 1 minute. So just a quick reminder, we were notified that that one of our mosquito traps in Glendora, the mosquito trap in there tested positive for West Nile. It's a regular occurrence, reminding all of you to keep stagnant water away, tip out those dishes and bowls. You know, as you watch your sprinklers as well, we'll be sending out more information to the community, but we were notified. So keep a lookout for that information. That's it for me.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, with that. Oh. Mendel, did you say?
No, I was just saying bye-bye.
Okay.
Good night.
With that, then at 12:01 a.m., I adjourn this meeting in memory of Anne Crescent.